Alright, I'm calling it. We're in. Come on in, Annie. You can unmute.
Cue the applause track.
Oh, that freaked out my model. I think I put my hand in front of the cam.
Nice, nice.
Clap, clap, clap. Alright.
I still need to get that soundboard going.
What is this? The audio is gonna play if I play it, I think. We'll take the risk.
No! No! Fuck you! Be right back.
What is that? Oh, thanks, Dennis. That fucking got me. I love SFM, dude. I love SFM edits. Like there's one of them. I think it's called like cut intro to Half-Life 2 or something.
Oh, what?
Yeah. But the thing is, it's not actually a cut intro from Half-Life 2. It's a joke where the only thing they change is when G-Man shows up at the beginning of Half-Life 2, they just make him say, "Fuck you, Gordon Freeman!" and then the game starts. It's hilarious. That's the only joke. They make him like look so angry though in the actual fucking edit.
That's beautiful. Oh man, yeah. SFM is good for many reasons.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious. I watch SFM edits a lot of the time. Tiberius says that was probably just Gmod though. You mean the "go fuck yourself" from Trevor Fell? Oh wait, was that a Trevor line?
That might have been it.
Okay. Well, if I can find that, maybe I should find that right now, cause hold on. Ooh, I don't want to leave the stream with no fucking talking while I look this up. So let's chat about something.
What are you in the mood to chat about today, friendo?
Okay, so I'm gonna stop looking up a thing so I can talk about the thing that I wanted to chat about, because this is the first thing that came to mind when I thought of the stream that I was gonna do with you, Annie.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to talk to you about what we will refer to as the SahouCast incident.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, poor SahouCast.
It's my understanding that you and a individual who shall not be named performed a just chatting stream called the SahouCast, correct?
Yes, we might have. There's been alleged that this was an event that had occurred in months prior.
For the sake of argument, if there was, in fact, a pre-existing talk show or chatting stream on which all of the Sahou members were welcome to come and talk to a beautiful host, then would you not be able to argue that maybe you would be stealing this idea for the SahouCast?
Well, hey, there's no such thing as intellectual property, right?
Fair. But furthermore, even acknowledging that there is no such thing as intellectual property, if you were to somehow make the SahouCast that you created better than the original in quality and backgrounds and art and just making it look prettier, then would you not be making the original look worse by comparison?
Well, hey, we didn't get far enough into exploring that idea to where that actually became a reality.
I see. I saw clips of the first one though. It looked better than this. I'll say that.
That was mostly Tommy's brain power, brainstorming.
I see.
He did a very good job with that.
All right.
Oh man, that was a fun time. That was a fun time. I need to do another thing with Tommy at some point.
Well, in light of not so recent events now, because I took a while to get here, could have complained about it earlier. I've decided to change up the the fucking chatting stream. So let's get our new content on. Here's the couch that you're gonna. Oh fuck! Hold on. Here's the couch you're gonna sit on, and here's my desk.
Oh, okay.
Let me move us around so we can sit in our correct places. And then you.
Oh no! I
What?
see it now.
Where? Hold on. There it is. There it is. Oh, I have to hide the name there. There. Okay. Now we have a real talk show going.
Yeah, I like it. I'm very cozy.
This is the real SahouCast now. If you saw the fucking stream title, I called it the original SahouCast.
I am the captain now. This is my SahouCast.
I'm the leader of the SahouCast. The other one's a fake. Don't watch Annie's streams, though. Do watch Annie's streams.
False usurper of the throne.
I have taken back my rightful place. And I've
Rightfully
managed.
so.
Holy shit! I think you can see the fucking Tonight Show logo. Oh shit! Fuck. Yeah, I don't care. That little like.
Censor it. Censor it.
Censor. Okay. How do I? Okay. What do I have that can censor it? Let's see. What do I have on hand? I have this. I have a random bullshit folder.
All right.
What was the? This is the couch. If I make a tinier couch and I put it in front of the mug. Fuck. Hold on. I touched the wrong thing. There we go. Okay. So the logo on the thing is the couch. Hold on.
Amazing.
I have to move it just like an inch. Nope, that didn't help. It's so small at this point that like actually moving it is too difficult.
Oh yeah, because the little adjustment sliders are taking over the actual image.
Okay, hold on. Nope, that didn't. Yeah, no, it auto clicks no matter where I put it. I can't like place it.
Wait,
anywhere.
use the arrow keys.
Oh, I can?
Yeah.
You are so right. Oh my god, that was so helpful. I bumped my camera. Just a little bit more.
You're so close.
Yo. There it is. Okay, now it's in place.
And now we're in business.
The official logo of my version of the SahouCast is just a tiny couch. It's a literal photocopy of the couch you're sitting on.
What does it represent?
It represents the chatty moods of this is a more casual version of the SahouCast, one where people can talk more freely.
Right, without just oppressive censorship that I would have done.
Without, yes, the authoritarian regime of the Annie SahouCast. I can't imagine what fucking what Tommy Butts dealt with.
We originally had a dozen episodes, but I removed them all because authoritarian.
Yeah, gotta censor, right? Gotta put up the firewall.
Yeah.
So the new logo of the couch, but with a white square around it, is supposed to represent how the focus of this one is not on the lovely, beautiful, ever talented, wonderful host, but instead on the fucking this asshole, the one next to me. That's the idea. I also
represent the casting couch.
I just noticed that the chair is in front of me because I forgot to fucking get it out of the screen.
How did I miss that? Oh my god.
I specifically went around the chair too when I was making sure to like get the image clear so that it wouldn't look like busy with the Tonight Show's background. I kept avoiding the chair because I was like, the chair is a part of the foreground, but I didn't even think about the fact that it would be behind me, so I didn't need to save it. I put way too much effort into making sure that I didn't erase the chair, but then I just should have instead.
Your head just kind of assumed the chair was an essential part that you need to include.
Yeah, because the background of the Tonight Show is some sort of fucking like city skyline. And
Right.
so I thought, okay, this isn't a city skyline. This must be an important part of the foreground, but it's not. It's an unimportant part of the background, and I should have deleted it.
Amazing.
All right, I'm gonna read what you were saying, Tiberius, because I haven't been reading chat. It was from Stephen Oggs, his VA, the mocap actor. It was during a convention. Just edit and post. Sahou CST. I see. Not even casting couch. SMH.
SMH.
SMH. Dude, this would be better if this was a casting couch.
I thought about drawing Leela on the casting couch just, for the hell of it.
You had the opportunity that what was it? You did the image recently for you opened your asks, right?
Oh yeah, I did. I have a
And
telonym.
yeah, and you put Leela in just like a little casting chair or whatever, but it was just the single chair. It wasn't a whole
Mm-hmm.
couch. So it only barely counts, you know.
I love that image because it's like one of the first ones I got. I was like, oh, how big is Leela's boobs?
Yeah. My god. I remember how I think it was me and Fluffy, maybe Robbie was there too, but like we like bullied you into drawing a tiny little Robbie in the corner. And then I saw in the final image that didn't make the final cut.
Robbie is unfortunately not included in that
Oh
image,
man.
but they were a part of it through almost the entirety of its production.
Well, the moral of the story, guys, is if you blackmail an artist into drawing something, they're not gonna put it in the final product.
Go figure.
Do you fart? Did you get a do you fart question? It seems in line with the fucking.
I've gotten like a lot of really good, genuine ones, and they're like very sweet to read through, and make me consider things. But there's been a
Hey,
couple
Fluffy.
that are like very clearly like memey ones, like ooh, like can I see your feet or something?
Oh, first time chatter. Duck cuck.
Hello,
Do
duck.
you ooh
Hello.
ooh? Thank you for the first time chat. Oh shit, did your audio cut out? Oh no. Annie, are you gone? Oh no, that's a problem. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Just listen to music for a sec. Annie's internet died is the thing that happened. Unfortunately, I've lost my guest. I'm gonna have to entertain you all on my own now. Okay, so one thing I should do while I'm waiting is fucking Fluffy, you said I'm quiet. Did I and how hold on. Am I louder now? Fluffy, come in clutch. Hold on. If I go back to the chatting menu, the chat will appear here while Annie's getting going. Oh shit! Annie's talking. Oh, that's not Annie talking. That's me talking. I forgot how this fucking dumb shit works. my bad. Anyway, what's chat saying? Oh shit, they died. Hillary got him. Yep. Unfortunately, when you're an authoritarian and you run a podcast, fake podcast, and call it the fake SahouCast, not the real one, and you run it like an authoritarian, Hillary will just get you. Oh, it's connected to you. You stole the gear. Yeah. Invasion of the Body Snatchers. We dealt with this before. I actually did 2 streams, I think, with Jesus, and I didn't notice it because no one else entered the call. Like, it was just me and Jesus, and it just so happened that, like, it didn't cause problems then. Ah, you're back!
I hate everything.
Oh, that's great. We're back.
Hello, friends.
Hello, everybody. Juche
Juche.
Necromancy?
Got me back.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Fluffy. You know, if you didn't employ Juche Necromancy, I don't think we would have been able to salvage the stream.
That's
as soon
true.
as I joined, Annie died. Yeah.
Hillary Clinton came too early, then scheduled and assassinated me again.
Oh, okay. I think I see the audio issue now. I'm gonna turn you down. So, can you talk a little bit, Annie?
Blah 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 blah.
Okay.
Profits are unpaid wages.
Alright, okay, so I fixed the problem by turning Annie's audio down, because I saw it was like in the red. That does make the music quieter, but it's Minecraft music. It's quiet as is, so.
One quiff. Minecraft music puts me to sleep, honestly.
Yeah, there was a bit earlier in the stream when the funniest thing happened. Cause like what was it? Hold on. I think it might have been Wet Hands. It might have been Subwoofer Lullaby, but actually no, wait, hold on. We're at like 22 minutes, so it would have been like Mice on Venus, something like that. But like a really soft song was playing, and someone in chat, like, because we were talking about your the request you were getting, the questions you were getting, someone in chat said right as like the music started to pick up and it was like all this like soft melody, do you fart? And I just I just felt that on like a person, the fucking Minecraft music with the "Do you fart" in the background, or not in the background, in the foreground, with Minecraft music in the big background.
I love that.
Play Careless Whispers. You know that I specifically had to choose Minecraft music because it's like I don't want to get copyright strikes. I get them too often.
Do you seriously?
Yeah, okay, so I talked about it on another stream, but I'll say it again. My original thing that I did was I used what was it? It was some website that said that it had stream safe music, and it was perfectly fine on Twitch. All of my VODs were perfectly fine, but every time I did an upload onto YouTube, it would tell me that one of the songs that I had played was no good. So I switched.
Okay.
I switched to Lofi Girl because they had at the time recently come out with a Twitch friendly version of the music that they play. They made sure to license everything, and they said that it was streamer friendly. And when I started using Lofi Girl, I didn't just get copyright strikes on YouTube. I got a like 5-minute audio cut from one of my VODs on Twitch. And when Twitch starts enforcing copyright law, you know something's gone fucking wrong, right?
Oh, you got bonked for the Lo-Fi Girl?
Yes.
On Twitch?
Lo-Fi Girl on Twitch. I got a fucking a section of my stream muted, and so I went, okay, I'm not fucking using this anymore. For a second, like it was towards the end of my first go around, like in August and September. That's when my streams stopped happening weekly. I just substituted by not playing music, which was fine at the time. But then recently, I've been trying to get music again because I'm doing a lot more of these chatting streams. And so I need good music to go in the background. And we figured out last stream that since the music I was playing probably wouldn't get it wouldn't pass, but it did. I was worried that it wouldn't at the time, but it actually did. It got through YouTube just fine, so maybe I didn't need to change anything up. But I decided to use Minecraft music because I know that Minecraft music will work, because you can play most game music just fine. Yeah, so the music I was playing in my other stream with Jesus probably would have been fine, but it just sounded a little bit too copyrightable, so we just went with Minecraft music this stream.
I gotcha.
Fluffy fucking bragging over here. I never get copyrights. I'm just built different. Alright.
Fluffy didn't play music on their streams.
Bye, Fluffy. I hope you fucking actually get a cop. Actually, no, that's too mean. I'm not gonna say that.
No, that is mean.
I more than anyone know the fucking pain.
It sucks on YouTube especially because the copyright system is so just broken that you can take any music, upload it onto your channel, and then that gives you free reign to like take down other people's videos.
Yeah, I'm glad, Duckcuck, that I'm not the only one that got fucking bonked by Twitch. Like, I legitimately was flabbergasted. I got like a couple. It was only like 1 minute, I think, of my stream muted for Lofi Girl on Twitch, and I was like, Twitch doesn't do that though. Twitch doesn't do copyright strikes on VODs, or at least they. Before that point, I didn't think they did. Actually, recently they've been doing it more.
I've been doing some like light experimenting, and one thing that I've learned is if it's non-English music, you're usually good.
Yeah.
Because just as an ongoing meme, I have like I've gathered so many different playlists of like Communist Party music from around the world, and I just play that because, you know, who's gonna copyright strike me?
Yeah.
Uh,
Fucking
but
Mao. Fucking Lenin.
right. Lenin himself.
Dude,
takes
if
me
you
down.
actually got a copyright strike from Mao or Lenin, I think you'd be happy about it. You'd be like, let's fucking go. I
But
got the
here's
attention.
The only stream that I did like CPUSA music, I got bonked
Damn.
because that was in English.
Yeah. But yeah, about what Duckcuck is saying in chat, I haven't gotten copyright striked either. I got muted once. But like,
A lot of people get muted.
I see. That's not. I'm glad, because I legitimately didn't think that was a thing. It told me like, we muted this part of your stream because it's copyrighted, and I was like, Lofi Girl told me it wasn't copyrighted. I swear to God. So I can't trust Lofi Girl anymore.
With Twitch, it's a little bit more laid back to where like if they mute that stream that has the copyright material, like you're good. Like that's the only consequence you're gonna face from that, unless you've done something like really shitty or
Yeah.
I don't know what really constitutes a copyright strike. I guess like broadcasting a movie, probably.
Yeah.
Like, in full. That'd probably be it.
I mean, like, really, you'd need to do something big to get like a full copyright strike, I imagine.
I think so, yeah.
But with YouTube, what is it? I didn't get copyright strikes on YouTube. The thing that was annoying me though was every time I would upload a VOD to YouTube, and I mean every time, there would be a section that it said, this uses copyrighted music, so you're gonna have to trim it. Literally, it just says, go into the YouTube editor and cut it. And when you do that, in YouTube's editor takes a fucking while to load, and I'm sure it's like equivalent to most like editors that you can get on desktop, but like if you have a better computer, then those load faster. Whereas with YouTube, it goes over the internet, and I don't have particularly good internet, I'd say. So like, it's like it always sucks. And so like when I got it for like 6 streams in a row, where it would tell me you have to cut this section because of copyrighted music, and it takes an extra 2 hours for it to cut that music out. Yeah, I got angry about it. I haven't gotten any copyright strikes on YouTube, but it continuously made it harder to upload VODs, which is why I didn't for a very long time. Recently, the only thing that's been standing in the way of me uploading my recent VODs has been thumbnails. Um, Fluffy did something nice. It was a while back, though. It was back in 2021, and told me about a feature with Twitch where you can upload VODs directly. And since I have my new computer, which I didn't think it was like a particularly good computer, I jokingly call it the cheapest thing you can call a gaming PC all the time, because I got very cheap parts all the way through. But I now have an Ethernet connection, whereas I didn't before, and the uploads on YouTube, they take like 30 minutes. It's so much faster. You know?
Ethernet is the way to go. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I have.
So with my new Ethernet, like the load times are much faster. So after a stream's over, I just click a button, and then within 30 minutes to an hour, my VOD is completely ready for me to upload. But I haven't uploaded any VODs recently because making the thumbnail has been kind of difficult for me. I usually I just like bang out a thumbnail, but recently I've been trying to get help from other people to make them look better. People who have better skills in like Photoshop than I do.
Thumbnails are it's kind of sad sometimes, but thumbnails are quite honestly the name of the game for YouTube.
Yeah. So which is like I have two VODs perfectly ready to upload, and in like by 8 o'clock today, this VOD, the one that we're making right now, will also be ready to upload. It's just I have to sit down and make thumbnails for them, and I'll probably upload all three of them in a batch, because if I can sit down and make one thumbnail, then I have the time to make three. You know?
Honestly, I need to get on that too. There's a couple of thumbnails I need to make today.
Yeah. But like my VODs are ready to go on YouTube. It's just I need to make a thumbnail so I can upload them for everyone who's wanting to everyone who wants to see my past streams. I'll like maybe one or two of you. I say that because my YouTube channel gets that many views per video.
Oh yeah, my YouTube. I don't want to say it's dead, but I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it.
Mm-hmm. I think that legitimately most of the views on my videos on of my VODs are probably me checking quality. Like after it's uploaded, I'll do routine checks of like if everything was working right and if audio got cut anywhere or something.
Oh yeah.
And like so like I'll have if I have a video with 2 views, one of them was me. I have some good videos, like some that like actually got views, like what was it? It was so like my debut stream got 32 views, which is actually great, but none of my other videos did that well. But some of them came close. Like people really liked a chatting stream I did with Fluffy. I think it was the Invasion of the Body Snatchers one, where Robbie slid into Fluffy's body and started puppeting it around. That one got surprisingly like 15 views, which is better than most.
It sounds like that has some black magic associated with it.
Yeah. Maybe it was the title, because I felt like the title on that one was awesome. I really liked it. It barely fit in the margins for a YouTube video. Like, they give you 100 characters. I ended up with, like, exactly 100 characters, because I had to, like, budget my characters.
Oh, nice.
It was something to the effect of, what did I call it? Because it's a 2-part title. And one of them is Invasion of the Body Snatchers. So what was... Oh, Curse of the Collar. So I called it The Curse of the Collar and the Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Which, I think that's a great fucking title for a VOD. I felt proud of myself when I wrote that.
Yeah, I like it. That's a good idea.
Anyway. We we talked about copyright and YouTube a lot. I mean, it's fine. I'd love to vent about the troubles I have with YouTube. I only have minor troubles though. I aired out most of them, I'd say. Because
Mm.
especially because Fluffy helped me out by telling me how to do the direct upload, and especially because I have Ethernet now, all of the stress that I used to have. I remember the days when I would have to go onto the streaming PC that I used, which was a shared PC, which was one problem. Download all of the files onto a USB because uploading a video takes so long. I can't like have the computer for fucking 10 hours. So I have to download them all to a USB, and then after I pulled the USB out, I would go over to like the shitty laptop that I use for like Sahou meetings, the one that like constantly cuts out, and like how bad the quality of that thing is. And
Right.
I would set it up at like 8 p.m. something like that to upload a VOD to YouTube, and then I would just do the rest of my like eat dinner, go like watch YouTube videos, check TikTok, stuff like that, go to sleep. Sleep 8 hours a day, like I got a good amount of sleep. Wake up in the morning, and then after that, I would wait 2 hours and check on it, and it was usually just about done by that point.
Oh my goodness.
That is what uploading a VOD used to be. But if you guys remember when I uploaded one VOD every single day, maybe 2 VODs every single day, that was the process because I did not have my new computer at that point. I didn't have an Ethernet cable. So like the process started on what was it, February 14th, and it ended on February 16th, and it required me on February 13th to queue up a vid, then on February 14th to finish that vid and then queue up another vid, and then right before I went to bed the second one was done, so I queued up another one, and that's how I got that like in the span of like 4 days. I was able to post like something like 7 videos, and it was because I literally always had my computer running that process in the background, and it just took like 72 hours for me to upload all of those videos.
Screw that. I would have just given up.
Yeah, no, I was really determined, and like to put this into perspective, while the videos were loading and queuing, I wasn't just fucking watching YouTube videos. I was also having to make the thumbnail for the video that was being uploaded.
Oh my heavens.
It was hell. I'm so glad to have a functioning desktop now. I'm so
you
glad
have them, Joe.
to have Ethernet. I took for granted now the things that seem so easy. Like, I feel like now that I've been spoiled, if I ever go back to what it used to be, I'm gonna be like, I forgot how horrible this was.
I can't go on like this.
Uh-huh. I was able to deal with this back then because I didn't see the light, but now that I know how high this mountain goes, I am not ready to see this valley.
It's the Plato cave, right?
Yeah. Oh my
You
god.
finally get out, you see sunlight.
Bye, Duck Cuck. I didn't see your goodbye message. But yeah,
Farewell,
no,
Duck.
I get what you're saying.
You gotta go back into the cave. Like, nah, I'm good.
I just like I saw shadows on a cave in Plato's allegory of the cave for the longest time, and then someone turned me around and showed me the light, and then I fear the day that someone says, okay, computer's broken, you have to go back into the cave and pretend like the shadows are reality again. You know?
What a terrible, terrible fate. I don't even know what I'd do if my computer broke.
Yeah, I mean, my computer is probably not going to break anytime. It's like freshly built. Everything is in working order. It runs extremely well. I make the joke constantly. I already said that, didn't I? The cheapest thing you can call a gaming PC. I already made that joke. But it runs so well that I might not make that joke anymore because it's just like maybe it's just because it's new, but I thought these parts were worse than what I got. They're like much better than I got more mileage out of them than I thought I was gonna get.
I'm still doing pretty alright, but it lingers in the back of my head sometimes.
Hmm.
Man, oh man.
I wasn't trying to stop talking. I was just listening to the end of that song. It was very tranquil. Gave me inner peace.
Have you ever considered doing, like, highlight videos?
Yes, I have considered doing highlight videos, and I actually have a somewhat strong desire to do them, but every time I entertain the idea of making one, I always think to myself, how is that gonna go? It feels like almost an unaccomplishable task, because I'd have to upload all of my VODs to basically all the VODs that I have on my USB stick. I'd have to put them onto the computer so that I could edit them with like an actual editing software. And then I'd have to like go through all of the streams to find the parts I find funny. And I'm gonna be honest, knowing me, I'd also have to edit the resulting footage down because I have a tendency, and I don't want to come off as conceited. Please don't take this the wrong way. I have a
I will.
tendency to find myself very funny. When I go back and watch my old streams, there are times when I like cringe and I'm like, oh man, that was terrible. Oh my god, this is so scuffed. Like I can't believe that I'm still working with this layout. This could be so much better if I did this. My model is so like rigid, stuff like that. I think that, but I legitimately just laugh watching my old streams, and I've told that to some people and they've tried to make me feel bad about it because they're like, that sounds a little bit selfish.
Oh, that's where everyone else is wrong though. That is such a good trait to have, especially if you're the person that's like going back to your old streams, trying to look for like good clippable moments. Like if you see something that's funny, like you clip that. Like I can't tell you how many times I've gone through an old stream and I'm just like, oh, there's nothing here that's salvageable. Like, oh, I don't think I'm funny. But every now and then, like, even if there's like a slight hint of like, oh, maybe someone might enjoy this bit, I'll clip it, and then that gets included into a highlight reel.
The way that I always justify it whenever someone tries to tell me that it's like a weird quality to have, and maybe it is just a justification, but this is just how I see it really, is that like if it wasn't funny, I don't feel like I would have said it, you know?
You're a comedic genius.
It's not okay. Don't fucking. I'm not conceited. I swear. It's just when I think of a joke, if I don't feel like it's funny, I don't say it. And if other people don't find it funny, then fine. It was just something that I thought was funny. Like I don't see that as a problem, but I don't say jokes that I don't think are funny. And so when I go back and watch my old streams, I find them funny. I don't
There
know.
was one time. Okay, so I've had a couple of different experiences with making highlights before. There was one time, one of my first ones I ever did, where it was me going back, clipping moments, and putting them down to like a 7-minute video.
Mm-hmm.
That took a long ass time, and it's okay, but I didn't add any like fancy effects or anything to it. It's just very like bare bones cuts.
Yeah.
But another one that I did like 2 months ago, back in like February, I hired a buddy to edit a video for me because they have like experience with it. And whenever that happens, and actually watched it, I was laughing my ass off.
Yeah.
Because
Once
how
you
they
get good
edited it.
editing in, yeah. Maybe it's some people. Maybe they watch their old streams and they think that they're not very funny because it all blends together, and that might be the thing with me that might have changed. There are lots of times I said like just earlier when I feel like the quality of my streams could be better, but I am in my head able to separate that from each individual joke, and I almost see it frame by frame. So I'm only able to judge whether or not one individual moment is good, rather than thinking about like a whole stream's worth of things, you know?
Right,
Which
right.
maybe it's because I think with a Clipper's mindset that I'm able to find my past streams so funny. Cause like, trust me, if I were to take the stream as a whole, there are times when I'd be like, there are definitely more bad things here than good things. But like, for those individual jokes that I laugh at, I legitimately laugh at them, and if I could cut that and put it in a clip show, then yeah, I feel like people would find it funny.
Yeah, definitely give it a shot. I think it's worth it, at least if only to get some experience out of it.
Yeah, we'll see. And then it'll be much more digestible than my fucking VODs, because like I made a joke earlier about how the low viewership on my VODs, but no one gets high viewership on their VODs, cause fuck, like they're like 2 to 3 hours for me, and for other people they can go upwards of like 8 hours, you know.
Yeah,
So
mine get pretty long sometimes.
yeah, so like it's not the issue is that like I don't have high viewership or anything. I feel comfortable with the amount of viewers I get. The issue is I make content that is difficult to watch, and if I were to do clips, like you said, if I were to actually commit to it, rather than constantly telling myself that it's a little difficult, it'd probably get better views.
Two words of advice
Yeah.
is I'd recommend clipping your VODs like right when they're done. They're not like immediately after, but like that week while it's still like on Twitch, you can find on your channel, and you can use the inbuilt website clipping feature, and that makes it
Mm-hmm.
very convenient.
I see.
And after that, I'd recommend getting like your own dedicated TikTok. And there's ways you can
Ah,
format
yes.
clips to fit in like a TikTok aspect ratio.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I see what you mean. I'm on TikTok all the time and I follow so many VTubers. Like I follow VTubers I don't watch ever. Like members of Niji Sanji, indie VTubers, and everything, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
so I know how big the TikTok game is and like how many like how much interest you can drive up on TikTok. But I never once thought to actually do it myself because I knew I'd fuck it up.
Well,
But
here's the thing. It's way easier than putting together a highlight video, right? You're saying
mhm.
like for a highlight video, we're talking 5 to 7 to like 15 minutes sometimes, and that's a lot of
Yeah.
clips need to find because the clip is going to be anywhere from like 15 to 30 seconds.
Yeah, but with like a TikTok, it's like designed to be an individual clip. So you just find
Right.
something in your stream that you think people will like, and you just take that and upload it, and you're good.
Mm-hmm.
And you only get as many as you have. You don't have to like, oh, I have a clip reel, I have a highlight video ready, but it's only 4 minutes and I want to hit like a certain minimum. You know, I have to do
Right.
another stream to make sure that I can like upload this. You don't run into that issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Definitely worth checking out.
All right. Maybe I should take some notes. I have my my stream notebook here. Oh shoot, I don't have space. Uh, I'm gonna have to make space.
What else do you have in your stream notebook?
I have notes for my last stream with Jesus. I take notes about topics to talk about. Unfortunately for us, I forgot to do an entry for today's stream, so we're going off the top of our heads.
I like it. I like it.
But like I always, or I almost always, when I do a chatting stream, I write about topics to talk about, to try and like give us something to work with. It's a practice I started because I did 2 streams with Jesus and they went fucking swimmingly. Me and Jesus just have legitimate chemistry on screen.
Right.
And like we can just sit down and talk about anything for hours and it's easy. And Robbie also has great chemistry because Robbie's really easy to talk to and Robbie leads conversations a lot. So I do a lot of chatting streams with Robbie and Jesus. Not Robbie individually. Robbie tends to crash parties, where if I'm doing a stream with anyone, Robbie will just like show up, which is a great help. Like I don't even want to like put up fronts about that. Robbie's fun to be around, and I'm glad that Robbie shows up to so many streams.
Yeah, I wish I could hang out with Robbie more, but we have very different time zones.
And so, as I was saying before, like me and Robbie and me and Jesus will do streams all together, and it'll be fine. It'll be perfect. And then I decided to do one of these chatting streams with Fluffy, and I don't know what it was, but like I immediately realized that there was nothing for us to talk about halfway through halfway through that stream. I think if you go back, my first chatting stream with Fluffy, about halfway through, I start looking at the news and just quoting news articles, and that was funny because there was this one police officer that got scared of the planet Jupiter, and that led to some like good jokes.
I know that bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that was pretty fun.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying the news articles didn't do their job, but like you're in the middle of a stream, you run out of things to say, so you just pull up your news feed, you know? So after that stream, I started taking notes about things I saw around just the media landscape, and then I'd talk about them with people. My second stream with Fluffy went amazingly because Fluffy had a fucking bone to pick with Hollow Council for some reason. So we got an hour's worth of content out of just frustration for that specific section of Hollow Live English.
Oh, that was like I remember I joined a little bit after that.
No,
That
wait.
was still like part of the conversation.
Okay, I have a detailed calendar that I didn't keep it before, but I actually wrote it up the day before my re-debut because I was just kind of interested in like the timeline of events for my past streaming schedule. And I know for a fact you joined the Sahou server at some point around and probably on the 15th of August in 2021. And if I remember correctly, it was the very next Tuesday when I did that stream with Fluffy.
Oh, so it was afterwards.
It was right afterwards. It was literally on the 17th. So like you joined on the 15th, and 2 days later I did the Hollow live stream with Fluffy.
Oh, the mythical Hollow live stream.
Yeah, I think you might have missed it, but you did show up to my stream in September. So no fault for you. No fault.
I think maybe what might have been it was I got in on the 15th, but I didn't I wasn't allowed access to the server until like a day or two later.
That might have been it. It could have been that like on the 17th, the same day that I like streamed with Fluffy, we like actually like no, because I was a mod on the server. I say was. I am a mod on the server at this time and at that time as well. I remember seeing your request, and I think what did I approved it at least on the 16th. You know, it should have been just the day afterwards.
I remember I pinged someone else who was like very inactive, and I think that's kind of what kept me for a little bit.
At the time, the mods were like in a state of disarray. We only had 2 active mods at the time. I'm saying at the time too much. We only had 2 active mods, but we had like 7 people in the mods. No, wait, no, never mind. It was more like 4 people in the mods like section, and the 2 people at the top of mods were the 2 inactive people. So like,
Yeah, unfortunate.
you most likely like pinged Agent or Witchery.
Right, just because they were at the top of the
Yeah,
list.
because they're the creator of the fucking Sahou server, but they weren't like active at the time. So I think I was the one that gave you the okay. Either me or Robbie, but like I know that we did it on the 16th, just like because I know that we got it done pretty soon, which means that you definitely were on the server when I did the stream with Fluffy, but I don't know if like you were active yet, like if you were actively like looking at pings and stuff.
I definitely like wasn't around to witness it live, but I think I ended up watching the VOD semi recently whenever you started uploading them again.
Yeah. It's all right. I mean, just like that. Fluffy and me both agree that was a really fucking funny VOD, and it's like worth looking into. Fluffy
I
just
liked it.
goes off, and for like an hour straight about like minor details, and ever since that point in time, I have slowly like come to like I say slowly. It actually happened all at once because Fluffy was mad at Hollow Council before they debuted, but I went and actually watched their debuts, and I really like most of them a lot. Like, they're really genuinely good, likable people, and Jesus loves them too. So me and Jesus will like be on like a stream fangirling about fucking Hollow Council and like how much we love Mume and Fauna and stuff. But like we always have just on record that Fluffy saw them once and absolutely hated them.
That sounds on brand for Fluffy. The thing that you come to know about Fluffy if you have a couple of conversations with her is if you can like get her kind of peeved off on something, she will talk about that for quite a while, and it's very fun.
Yeah. I
So,
feel like
alive.
yeah.
Some like really like minor detail about something, she'll go off on that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's so fun.
You know, that was the problem with my first stream with Fluffy. Fluffy wasn't mad at all then, and it would have gone so much better if Fluffy actually got angry, which is exactly why the second one was so good.
No berserker rage Fluffy. SMH.
Okay, the next time I have Fluffy on stream, I'm gonna, instead of writing down topics to talk about, I'm just gonna write down one thing that I know will make Fluffy mad, and we'll just see where the stream goes from there.
It's so fun. It's like, hey, Fluffy, what are your thoughts on communist Egypt?
It'll just go. It'll just keep going.
I don't even have to do anything else.
You know what? I just had a great idea for a we couldn't do it because I'm sure that someone would get mad, but I thought it would be really funny to sit down with Fluffy and watch each of the Hollow Council debuts to see how her impressions of them have updated since then.
What about there's like there's undoubtedly some new group that came out, right? There's Hololive's on like Gen 6 or
Oh
something
yes,
now, right?
there's 2 generations that come out every single year. I know for a fact Hololive JP Gen 6 just came out. Or I say just came out, it was like a while ago. And then Hololive ID Gen 3 just came out, like a couple, like I think last month.
Nice, nice.
So,
I
yeah.
don't pay a whole lot of attention to them, but do you? What are your
Yes,
thoughts on
yes,
them?
I do. Okay. I actually haven't seen all that much of ID's Gen 3, but what's her name? Hold on. I have to look up the names of the ID Gen 3.
Has the U.S. or the English division come up with anything new lately?
Technically, they came up with something new a while back, and they have yet to deliver on it. They have this original release slate where the first generation came out with 5 VTubers, and then they had a special generation called Hollow Singers or whatever, Hollow English Singer, and it was.
Is that the one who had the cop VTuber that everyone like went nuts about?
What do you do, cop?
Yeah, there was some dude that had like a cop VTuber, and he was paired up with a bunch of other like V singer like boy group kind of dudes.
No, that was not this. This is a girl named Iris. She is she's a
Okay.
Nephilim, but the reason her debut was special is because she was a single generation, so or rather she was like a special generation that only contained one person. So Hololive Gen 1 for English came out with 5, and then Hololive Singer came out with 1. And then they had Gen 2, which came out with 5. And as soon, like literally the day after Gen 2 was announced, they also announced a solo called Omega, Alpha Omega, I think. But Alpha Omega hasn't debuted yet. So, like, it seems like with English, with Hololive English, the idea is to go 5-1-5-1, but that second one hasn't happened yet. Right now, with Hollow English, we're waiting for Omega to debut. Unless something changed that I didn't see. I keep up with news, but only for, like, girls that I really, really care about. So, like, if it's a girl that hasn't debuted yet, I know fucking nothing about them, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, that's valid. Man, what gives though with the English peeps? Why aren't they hopping on that a little bit more?
What? Sorry, the music cut out for a second, but it wasn't actually the music cutting out. It was just C184 fucking pulling a fast one on me, making the music suddenly shift.
Oh damn!
What did you ask?
What's the deal with the English group? Shouldn't they be, I don't know, more on the ball, making content?
Yeah, technically they should, because as soon as Gargura of Gen 1 debuted, she almost immediately became the most popular VTuber. I think that's when Hololive in like the cover corporation in Japan like realized what they had stumbled upon with fucking English. Because like it was really fast after Gura debuted that she became the most popular VTuber. But the thing is, like Hololive can only work so fast. And there's also another issue where Nichi Sanji is quick with their generations. They are very, very quick with their generations. So when Hololive goes scouting for new talents, they find that the pool has been dried up by Nichi Sanji doing its tryouts. That happens in the English branch. So like after Hololive Gen 1 came out, I'm sure that they thought, okay, we need to like get a Gen 2 out pretty quickly. That's probably why they decided to debut Iris alone. They were like, well, let's just get another one out. You know? But, like, because the prospects had been intentionally, or maybe unintentionally, dried up by the fast-paced nature of Nichi Sanji, they took a while, I think about a year and a half or something like that, before Gen 2 came out. And when Gen 2 came out, that felt like, okay, so we're getting, like, full recognition that Hololive EN has potential to be, like, one of the bigger branches. Which is, like, I say that because Hololive ID is extremely popular in the fan base, but it is also notable for being the worst performing branch.
Ooh, why is that?
Because I guess people just don't care enough about Indonesian VTubers. The three main markets for VTubers are Japan, America, and Indonesia. because Nichi Sanji has those 3 branches, and Hololive also has those 3 branches, and as insofar as I've seen, those are the places with the most amount of VTubers.
Indonesia, huh?
Yeah, Indonesia has a huge market for VTubers, like a huge market. But the thing is, the Indonesian market doesn't appeal to Japanese and Americans all that much, I guess. Like, people in the fandom really do like and respect the Indonesian VTubers a lot, but they're not popular, not in the way that like Gura is.
I see, I see.
So, like, I was basically just trying to give the impression that like ID in Indonesia came out before EN. Like ID Gen 1 came out before EN Gen 1, and ID Gen 2 came out very soon after EN Gen 1. So ID was like already on Gen 2 within like moments of EN debuting. But EN very, very obviously had like a huge pull, whereas ID was still the most unpopular branch, I think.
So, by comparison now, how's like Nijisani doing?
Niji Sanji is doing well, I suppose. I don't know all that much about Niji Sanji, but I know that people really like some of the EN members a lot. There's one in particular who always, always, always graces my TikTok feed, named Pamu, who it seems has captured like the entire fucking American subset of the VTuber culture. Niji Sanji has a couple talents that are like really popular and who I see constantly. And obviously, Hololive EN is doing exceptionally well. It's got like Myth especially just has so much of a fan base.
What was that other orga that has the VTubers? Iron Mouse is a part of? Which one is
Oh,
that?
that's V Shoujo.
V Shoujo. Have you
V
kept up with
Shoujo,
that?
yes, I keep up with V Shoujo kind of. I'll say only kind of. I watch Iron Mouse videos anytime that they appear in my feed, and I kind of am subscribed to Nianer's channel.
Yanners is cool. I like
Yeah,
Yanners.
I like Nianer's a lot. And I love Iron Mouse. Like, I think it's a pretty popular opinion amongst VTube aficionados that Iron Mouse is one of the best VTubers. She's just great.
She's the official top dog now.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I like her. She's probably one of the biggest one that I semi consistently like keep tabs on, just because they're very nice individuals.
Yeah. So like I watch Iron Mouse all the time. I watch what was it? There was Neander's all the time. I'm like subscribed to Neander's channel. And then I watch much less frequently, but I still like make a note to watch Melody.
I like Melody.
Yeah. So I do keep up with V Shoujo kind of, but that's basically all that I watch in V Shoujo.
I guess if we're talking about VTubers, what about not necessarily like B-list VTubers, but probably like individuals that aren't affiliated with any like big organizations, but they're still like uh still popular. There's probably like partnered getting like, you know, hundreds or something like they're pretty big,
Indie
but not
VTubers?
partnered. I guess they'd be indie, yeah. Like
Yeah.
Soul VTuber, something like that.
Well, Chibi Doki, I think, is independent. Sometimes I've made this mistake before where I think like members of Project Voms are independent just because I don't know anything about Project Voms, but I think Chibi Doki is independent.
What's her deal?
She's great. She's really funny. She's got like a kind of wild child thing going on. She just is constantly being very hectic. She's vulgar, but like she like comes off as like a fucking I don't know how to describe it, except for like Kusogaki kind of. She's just
Gremlin energy.
she's fucking shitting on her chat constantly, and they're doing the same to her. Like, if you watch a Chibidoki clip, it always ends up being like one of her chat members will be like, "You stink," and she says, "That's not what your mom said to me last night." That's like it every time. That's what their vibe is. Chat and Chibidoki do that all the time. I'm just checking to see if she's independent.
I love that. That's a good vibe.
Yes, Chibidoki is an independent VTuber, but I see her all the time, especially on my TikTok. Chibidoki is a very popular VTuber. She posts videos all the time, and I'm subscribed to her channel too. There are other VTubers that are indie, like what was it? Tensi something. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. This was a VTuber that I saw a long time ago, but then all of a sudden their video stopped appearing in my feed. What was their name? What was it? Holy shit. Angel VTuber. Fucking. Please. Give me the one.
Angel VTuber.
Yes, the Angel VTuber, the one that. Oh, here we go. Yes, Uto. Oh my fucking
I love
god.
Uto.
I think Uto is indie. I think. I don't know if she's a part of a project.
She's nice. I followed her for a little while.
Yeah, I used to get tons of videos of her, but out of nowhere I stopped getting them. I don't know what was up with that.
The algorithm guides were displeased with her. Yeah, I don't see her anymore. I'm sure she's still active though. Probably.
It seems like she is an indie Japanese VTuber. So yeah, like on the Japanese side, Uto is an indie streamer that a lot of people really like, especially back when she debuted. She was huge when she debuted. And Chibidoki has been getting nothing but praise recently on the English side. There's a lot of options when it comes to either affiliated VTubers or indie VTubers, and you can even take from the projects and associations that are smaller, like Project Voms and stuff.
What about people like Girl DM or Juniper Actius? Do you know them?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Juniper is pretty cool because obviously there's a lot of moth VTubers now.
Oh, I've seen Juniper's model.
Yeah, no, she is a very good model, and she does very like frequent upgrades on it. But she was one of the first moth VTubers out there.
Yeah,
and
dude.
One of her cool little things is she is a wizard with Live 2D, so she's obviously making a lot of updates on her model. But she has like this
God, I wish that was me.
eldritch form that she'll switch into, or
yeah, no, I dropped a USB. Hold on, my model's gonna go haywire for a sec.
Moth Tommy Mommy. Yeah, exactly. That's her thing.
But yeah, I've seen plenty of videos on my TikTok and on YouTube of Juniper, but I guess I just don't watch her all that often. But no, I think she looks great, and I also really like. I am someone who like very much aesthetically likes horror content.
Oh, me too.
Like, I really like that she has that, like, fucking eldritch version.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I really, like, when I see something fucking horrifying or scary, I'm just like, dude, that's so fucking awesome. That looks so cool.
It's like, this is the most terrifying moment of my life. I like it.
Sorry, I'm drinking, so...
Girl DM is pretty cool. She's also a little bit big, still indie, but whereas Juniper Actius is the wizard of live 2D models, Girl DM is so exceptionally proficient with 3D models. Sometimes the 3D models, 3D VTubers, they look a little bit janky. Even like me sometimes, right? It's inevitable if you got like a 3D thing going. But for her,
Sorry, I jump scared the camera there.
Oh goodness. Uh, she makes it look so fluid. Like her face moves as if it was real. Like it's not just, very static puppet mouth movements. Like you can see her cheeks puff up or like her eyes do like very like legitimate expressions.
Oh my god, you reminded me of someone who I see on TikTok all the time, and I don't watch their like Twitch streams, but I will always stop and like sit down to watch a clip of them anytime I see it because I love them because of the way they puff their cheeks. They're hold on, what was their fucking what was their name? Give me a sec, cause I'll be able to find it.
They also have some cool hand tracking. I think they do all of it on their own, but they're neat.
Who was it? Oh my god, please, I have to find them. I can't help but want to praise this person, so if I'm able to find them, I could just take this moment right now to go on TikTok and just like look at my TikTok for a second because I know that they'll pop up.
TikTok fan detected.
I can't believe I'm a TikTok fan. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. Please. Come on, come on. Let's go. I want to talk about. Oh. Please.
The puffy cheek VTuber.
Oh. This might be. Nope. Wrong person. They're. Okay, so I'll describe them. I want you to know I am not talking about Bao, but they seem to be like a whale or dolphin VTuber. I thought
Mm-hmm.
when I first saw them, I thought they were an orca, and I think they're independent. They're an English VTuber, but they're like so cute, and their model has like amazing facial tracking. Like they'll do this thing where they'll go pop, 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 like that, and you'll be able to see their cheeks literally puff up every single time they puff their cheeks because they like got the individual like cheeks to be properly rigged.
Yeah, just the level of detail that takes is always impressive and so like innovative.
It amazes me, and that's the reason I stop every time I see her on my feed because I go like she's like how is she so good? How did like I did the live 2D rigging for my model, and I've described it as unnecessarily stiff before. So like when I see people who have done that or who were able to get that with their model, it makes me wish that I could fucking do that to my model.
Yo, yeah, it ain't easy. It takes dozens and dozens of hours.
We need to do a tiny little parade right now because Tiberius done ratioed a right wing anti vaxxer in the YT comments.
That's
Good fucking job.
that's praxis right there.
The comments of the Internationale. You are doing the real praxis. What we are doing now, this stream, trying to spread leftism, it is nothing compared to you fucking ratioing someone on the Internationale's YouTube video.
I love seeing people get ratioed.
Mm-hmm. Because then you can comment under them, reply to them with like ratio plus you're white, plus you fell off, plus no one asked.
Plus no maidens, plus touch grace.
Yes. Touch grace. My God, that comes off a little harsher than touch grass.
I
It's-
know. That's
You
why I love
are
it.
you are ungraceful, and you should find grace within yourself. Oh my fucking God.
So, uh, do you follow any of your peers, I guess, outside of Team Sahou? Do you keep up with any of the kind of smaller baby, not necessarily baby VTubers, but just kind of people around our area?
I'll be completely honest. I I skirt around the topic a lot because I see clips from all sorts of people, from the indie side of VTubing to ex VTubers who have since gone back to like something else, like Keisan and Mike Neko,
Mm-hmm.
to like American VTubers. I watch clip videos all the time. Um, but if we're talking about people who I actually like follow and watch their streams, I really only do it to like two of the Hollow Life girls.
Oh, I gotcha. I
I
gotcha.
like it's just like specifically the only two people who I find myself really wanting to sit down for like hours and make time to like watch them. It's Gura and Mume. And obviously all the members of Team Sahou. I don't want to like give the impression that I'm not in your streams, even though I'm not in a lot of them. Uh, like if I'm not doing anything, I will just sit down and watch a Team Sahou member stream.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No pressure. No pressure. It's all good.
No, it's like I'll admit I don't show up to a lot of streams because I am often doing something, and it's usually sleeping because y'all stream real late into the night.
Yeah, especially me, right?
Uh-huh. Fluffy too. Fluffy lives 2 hours ahead of me. And so like Fluffy will be like, I have a stream at 7. And for me, it's already fucking 9.
Right.
And so like I'm like I in order to wake up at an appropriate time, I have to go to bed by like 12. So I can't be in that stream for very long.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's understandable though.
The other thing that I do that makes me miss a lot of streams is anytime after 8, I'm usually watching anime. So like, you're not gonna cut into my anime time.
Uh, Fair enough. What kind of anime have you been watching?
I watch seasonal every single season. So the recent things I've been watching are things that have come out, like first episodes that have come out recently. There was this great one just yesterday, I think. It's about a failed musician who goes back home to his parents own a sweet making factory, or not factory really, just like a workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And he finds that while he was gone being a like guitarist or whatever, his parents found a new successor to take over the family business.
Oh.
But the thing is, she is like an 8-year-old, 10-year-old girl. And what they want out of him is they want him to be her father figure because she is a very troubled kid who lost both of her parents, and the thing that she needs is someone she can rely on. So they're like, we can't give you the family business because you weren't here when we needed you, but you can help the family business by raising its next successor. Like they basically want him to be this girl's father.
Okay. I'm sold.
It's
That's really
awesome.
sweet.
It's
Very
really
unique.
good. It's like it the first episode like it just it has this way. I'm a person who I can tell. I say tell. Uh, Rather, maybe it's more appropriate to say I kind of ignore anything else if the opening to a show intrigues me or makes me feel like the opening theme song. Uh, if it hooks me, and
Mm-hmm.
the animation and music for the opening of this one made me feel like it seemed really good. And I don't want to give the impression that it's not like the show didn't keep up. It did. It felt like it really well put together. And I could feel like this strange sense that this guy is presented to us as a guy who left his home to chase a career in music. And so you get this impression that, oh, he must be like a fast and loose person who doesn't care about tradition or anything like that. He immediately slashes that by proving that he is a really very responsible adult who loves his family and loves his family business. And the reason he went to go chase music wasn't because he hated the family business. And I won't say much more because it would be a spoiler for the first episode. But just like, you're supposed to feel at the beginning that he's irresponsible, but he's not. He actually is a responsible person, which is exactly why you start to feel like maybe you'd actually be completely fine if he did become this girl's like surrogate father, because he's not irresponsible. He doesn't have growing to do necessarily. He feels like someone who could take care of a child.
Right, and that's pretty rare from, an anime where each main protagonist is like 16.
Yeah. No, this guy's like 24. He's a very mature protagonist, not only physically but mentally, and you can tell that he doesn't have a teenager's mindset.
Right, and I like seeing that in anime. It's surprisingly and a little bit unfortunately a rare sight to come across.
Speaking of animes that also managed to make their protagonist interesting, there was an anime that the first episode came out just like last week, maybe beginning of this week, where the plot was that it's your typical isekai. A guy got summoned to another world, and he has a super broken magic ability. You know?
Yeah, like all the other ones.
Yeah, like all
every
the other
single
ones.
other one.
But the thing is, they pull a fast one on you. And I won't talk about it too much so I don't spoil the episode. But needless to say, the uninteresting, completely flat, and like immature high school character with an unnecessarily OP power is not the main character, and they instead show you a much more complex, much more interesting female protagonist in his lieu.
Oh, I just got an idea for something.
What?
Okay, so you ever like play something like World of Warcraft or any like MMO game, and there's world bosses, right?
Yeah.
Or like the entire server pitches in to fight them. Okay, so my idea is it's an isekai anime, but it's told exclusively from the perspective of like just these people chilling in the kingdom. They're already inside the fantasy universe, but they deal with just a growing epidemic of people getting isekai'd into their world with just bullshit overpowered abilities, and they need to take care of them.
Annie, friend, wonderful pal, amazing co-member of Sahou. I I've got news for you.
Hmm,
This anime that just started,
that's just that.
I feel like you're gonna like it.
Okay,
Is
gotcha,
all I'll
gotcha,
say.
gotcha.
Because what you just described is effectively the plot.
All right, I'm down. I nailed it. I love these ideas.
So, sorry to take that thunder out of your fucking sails or whatever. Just like the idea that isekai protagonists are a natural disaster waiting to happen
Right.
is the plot of the anime.
God bless. God bless. Japan is doing something right.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to push my mic away, so you might have heard me gulp there.
Gulp.
But yeah, no, so.
What have you been keeping up with anything else of note?
Yeah, probably. Give me a sec, because there's a lot of things that came out recently that I'm kind of fond of.
Mm-hmm.
Just have to Hold on, let me pull up the anime site that I use, because I'll be able to like go back through and talk about the ones that really caught my interest. One
Are
thing that
you on Mal?
what?
Are you on Mal?
No.
My
What is?
anime list?
No, I'm not on my anime list.
Why don't you have a my anime list?
Because back when I first started watching animes, there was a different site. I think it was called Honey? No, not Honey. Rabbit? Something
And
to that effect.
it just kind of did the same thing.
Yeah, it kept track of the animes that you watched.
Mm-hmm.
Allowed you to keep a list of all of them, and allowed you to like talk about them and rate them and talk about how many episodes you've watched. The thing is though, in like 2012 it went under.
So what do you use now?
I just write a like a you're
You
gonna
keep you keep your own like Google spreadsheet or something?
it's worse. I keep a Word document.
Oh my, why do you let yourself do this? You
Because
can't do that.
I started watching anime when I was 12 years old, and by the time that I even like really got uh a, like a Google account, I had already watched like 50 animes. So
So
like
the time it would take for you to get a mouse started and then to convert all the information into Mal, it would just be too much.
I will tell you right now, I had plenty of chances in the past that I didn't take up because I just didn't care, I guess. But if I were to try now, it uh the list of animes I've watched, I think is now stretching down to the order of 1,000.
Oh my goodness.
So it would be difficult to transfer all of them.
Okay. Consider this for a moment. What if you just didn't?
Yeah, I have a list of every single one of them, except for the ones that I forgot to put down on the list. But I also have notes about animes that I know that I watched but aren't on the list, so they're effectively just to the side. It says like I don't know when I watched this, but it's here. I did watch it.
Wowie.
That only happened like once or twice. I'll say that right now because I am amazing at records keeping. So I actually have specific dates for almost I would say like 1/4 of the animes that I've watched.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, not 1/4. I before the year 2015, I have specific dates for 1/6 of the animes that I watched. After 2015, I have specific dates for every single anime. So by this point in time, now that it's 2022, I would say more than half have like a specific date and time.
Okay. So you're not running dry on anime you can talk about because you have a list you can
Absolutely not.
consult. Okay.
The thing
I
is though, I've noticed animes I watched back when I was a kid. So like a- anywhere from like if I watched it before 2015, or honestly, a lot of the animes that I even watched after 2015 that just didn't leave a particularly strong like impression on my mind, I'll forget a lot about them. I rewatch old animes that I really liked because I know I can just like re-experience them.
Right, especially if it's been such a long time that you have a lot of gaps in your memory that you get to fill in once again, and it kind of recontextualizes things for you.
Drinking water. Yeah, no, yeah, yeah, you're right. It's amazing. I was I've recently been seeing a lot of anime edits of Chinibyo and other delusions, and I loved that fucking anime so much when I first watched it that I thought, you know what? This is an excuse I have now to rewatch the entirety of Chinibyo and other delusions. Chinibyo
Uh,
love and other delusions, I should say. I just always shorten it. 'Cause I
were
forget that both
you
exist.
okay? So you were like a kid in 2012 watching anime. So I
Yeah.
imagine like the YouTube scene was just like all AMVs.
Yeah. At the time, I didn't watch too many AMVs because AMVs came out for shonen anime for the most part. But I watched anime not with my sister, but my sister was the one who told me what animes to watch. Back when I was 12, I had developed a personality by the age of 13. But when I was 12, my sister told me what animes to watch. So for the longest time, it was just like shoujo and reverse harem.
So how has your taste evolved since then? Do you think?
It's evolved quite a bit. I like a lot of animes that would be considered trashy. Some of my favorite genres do include isekais and harems.
They can be good. I
Yes,
like.
they can.
I stand by that. Like every genre, or really like any premise, can be good if done competently.
Yep, I stand by that one as well. I also, when I approach a story, I see all stories more so as like character pieces than anything else. So like,
How do you frame that in your mind? Because I know there's a lot of anime that I feel are very discouraged from being character pieces. How would you react to that?
it's it's really simple is what it is. I often just decide that I don't give a shit about the fucking cool battle scenes they're trying. Like, I care about the animation. The animation is really cool, but like, I don't necessarily give a shit that the fucking MC could defeat a billion fucking goblins in 5 seconds. But I do kind of care when something happens to their character.
Um, can you give like an example?
Like, okay, so a recent anime that came out, which was mostly slice of life, but had huge battle scenes in it, was she professed herself the disciple of the wise man. I think that's its English
Okay.
title. So I'm trying to say the English titles, but I almost always just call them by their Japanese titles, which is why I sound like I'm fumbling through the titles. I don't know their English titles. Sorry, but with that one, it was a slice of life most of the way through, so like entirely about the character. But there were huge battle scenes, and they weren't particularly well animated. And that's like kind of how I see a lot of anime, if I'm completely honest. Big battle scenes, if they are animated well, I actually like them. But if they're not animated well, I really don't give a shit. And I'm just waiting for characters to have character moments.
How about when there's the synthesis between character moments and battle moments, i.e., they're
That's the
essentially one the
best.
same?
That is the best. I love that because when that sort of thing happens, it almost like the heat of battle has an effect on a character who is willing to let it have an effect on them. And so when you merge those moments, it's always really intense uh like character driving things happening. And I love that. I think it's the best when those big battle scenes have character moments like that in them.
I feel like it's almost writing 101 level kind of stuff, but whenever there's a physical conflict in any narrative, but applies to anime also, especially with like an antagonizing force, i.e., like the main bad or the villain or the anti-hero rival character or whatever. Usually, the main character loses at the beginning, not because the rival character or the enemy is more powerful, but because there is a fundamental flaw that the main character is not addressing,
I
and
did
that
a
is
jump
what
scare again.
that is why they need to go through their character arc so they can eventually win that battle again. It's like they've lost an argument, essentially.
Yes, yeah. It's like you have to show that the character has room for growth so that you can like because that's the whole point. If we consider a story a character-driven piece, which is my original thesis, then of course a character needs to be in a position where they can have development so that the story can be driven by their character development. Like if a story is about a character and it's a character piece, then the character has to have something to do, and the thing that is often chosen is to grow as a person.
Right. I think one of the best examples I'll note about this is because the conflict is not physical, it's purely mental. And it's the very beginning, the first little chunk of Death Note. It's almost just a duel of wits
Mm-hmm.
between Light and L. And one of the reasons L loses so many battles at the beginning is because he is too arrogant in assuming that he can easily defeat L. Therefore, he ends up losing. At least, like some of those
Yeah.
smaller battles, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
he takes out the body double of L instead of the main guy. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, this is an easy kill.
Yeah. He wasn't fucking thinking about it at all. My God. Oh, oh
hmm
shit! The guy that I'm fighting went on national television.
He just assumes that he's smarter than everyone else, and that was
Yeah.
his flaw that he needed to overcome,
All
and
the way
what
down
allowed
to the
him to
like
live later on.
all the way down to the last episode. That really is it. Like he manages to outsmart L, but he thinks that that makes him the king, and like he doesn't even consider that other people aren't like fucking cannon fodder. They can catch him out on a lie.
Exactly, right? Because it's that theme of arrogance again, right?
Hmm.
He settles down in a comfortable position of thinking that he's just smarter than everyone else, and because of that, what is it? Near is able to outsmart him and kill him in the end.
Yeah.
It's kind of tragic, at least in that sense, right? It's the classic Greek tragedy.
Hmm. So yeah, it like it to give you an idea of like how much character means to me, if I list out my least favorite genres, you will note that all of them are animes which are so exclusively about action scenes that it's very difficult to actually have a character development in it, you know?
hmm
One of my least favorite genres is the mecha genre.
Ooh, we might have a little bit of contention with this. Why do you think Mecha is the least representative of your thesis?
It's not because of specific mechas. It's because of the general way that mechas go effectively. Like to be clear, I've watched things like Evangelion and fucking masterpiece, but also I cry every time. Uh, like it's I'm not saying that the act of being a mecha makes something fucking contrived and bullshit. And
hmm
I've heard that Gundam has a lot to say about war, I think.
It absolutely does. Yeah, I've watched the entirety of the first Gundam that came out in like
Hmm.
1978 or whatever.
Let's just say that I never watched Gundam, but I have seen other mechas, and I have only liked very few of them.
Such as?
One is obviously NGE, but then another one, which is a really small one that I'm not sure anyone will really know. It's called Grand Bellum.
No, it's not ringing any bells for me.
Grand Bellum is a mecha series about a bunch of magical witches, kind of, that use mecha battles in order to decide which one of them is the strongest witch. And the reason that's important is because anyone who is not the strongest witch loses their magic.
It's a little silly.
It
Yeah,
is a
I can
little
see.
silly. Like most mechas, in my opinion, the concept is kind of fucking silly. But the thing about Gran Bellum that I absolutely adore is that it is 100% a character piece about each of the characters individually. It's a show that, in the same way that Gundam is about war, Gran Bellum is about trauma.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
If you actually sat down to watch it, I feel like even if you don't like it, you would understand that it was saying something.
Oh, for sure. I can always appreciate when they at least make an attempt to say, like, to at least like have a theme going on that's semi-consistent.
It also seems to me that Grambellum was probably a love letter to the genre of mecha that I was not able to pick up on since I don't love mechas. One of the final scenes is they take one of their characters and try to specifically draw them in a style reminiscent of a very famous Gundam scene. I think it was a famous Gundam defeat, and they have the character almost like act out the poses to try and draw back that same idea about
Right.
war and stuff. But here and like so it's Grand Bellum probably actually is a love letter to the mecha genre, but it's the only mecha that I like, you know, save for like NGE.
Um, are you interested in watching mecha that I think are kind of like shining examples of the genre that might maybe change your opinion
I can think
on
about
them
it
not being
definitely.
like your thing is that they're not like good examples of character studies?
Yes. Like even with Gundam, Gundam is about war, but are the actual like protagonists interesting?
They are. You know what? Obviously, you said that that other show you mentioned was a love letter to Mecha. Evangelion, in a lot of ways, is a love letter explicitly to classic Gundam. I can't speak for later Gundam
Hmm.
because I haven't watched a whole lot of it, but like the classic '70s series, I see a lot of Shinji inside Amino, the main kid,
Okay,
and
that's good to know. I love Shinji.
interestingly enough, he ends up dealing with a lot of the same sort of situations, right? Where it's like, oh, I I'm a child soldier. Well, this isn't right. I can't. This is not okay. And then his commanding officer just like smacks him across the face and is like, "Get in the fucking robot, Shinji." I mean,
Hmm.
Amino.
Yeah.
Like it literally has that fucking moment where it's like, "Get in the goddamn robot, or else we're all dead." uh, and he's having to grapple with this reality of like, oh shit, I'm like actually in a war now.
Yeah.
Uh, so if you liked the psychology of Shinji part of Evangelion and how he contrasts with other people who are like kind of shitty and they don't do a good job of like holding him up, you might like Gundam. And if you want to see a character who has a very interesting arc to them, who has a lot of similarities to Light Yagami from Death Note, just due to his strategic mindset, who it also kind of falls into the same level of arrogance and by a manner of them being just kind of unhinged.
Hmm.
I'd recommend Code Geass. Code Geass is
Oh, I
another
hear
really
people
good
talk
one.
about Code Geass all the time, and I have not seen it, so.
With both of those, because I will say, Mecha as a whole probably isn't like you normally don't think of character studies because that's not usually the point. Although that
Hmm.
can be the focus a lot of instances. what it tends to be more about is, the nature of war, humanity as a whole, and like how societies are structured, or what does it mean to like fight for your own liberation, kind of stuff. Like it is
Yeah.
very like it always reminds me of Metal Gear Solid whenever I'm like watching a compelling mecha, because it's very
I mean,
grand.
Metal Gear
It's
Solid
not
is a
singular.
mecha, technically.
Yeah, I mean, go figure, right? It takes a lot of inspiration from mecha because
Uh-huh.
Kojima loves mecha stuff, obviously.
Mhm.
Uh, so a lot of similarities there.
I
But that's
also
why I like mecha.
I also don't want to give off the impression that when I talk about liking characters and as the focal point of a story, I'm not saying that I only like character studies, because like a character study implies that there's like an actual logic or like point behind like the story has something to say about people. When I say that a character drives a story, what I'm really just saying is that when I see a character, I want to understand that character in some way. I don't want a character to be a set piece in a larger story. I want a
Hmm.
story to emerge from a character's being. Like the story takes place because the character is in that world, and it's not a world that was designed to be cool that we happened to put little like GI Joes in, you know?
One series that I'm reminded of that I think does what you're saying in probably one of the most like explicit ways that I distinctly recall is a show called Samurai Flamenco. And the reason I bring it up and the reason it's reminded me of that show is because there's the main character, and that's kind of it. Everything else is ephemeral by association. The characters in relation to the main guy are constantly changing. The setting is changing. The story is changing. The genre itself is changing. Just for the explicit role of fitting whatever the main character needs to go through, like on a mental level. That's that episode. And I've never seen anything else quite like it. And funny enough, the show doesn't take itself that seriously, but still ventures into those very deep and resonating moments of I'd say it becomes a character study along the way.
Yeah,
You
okay.
might find interest in it.
I'd love to talk to you about that, but Fluffy, I know what grapes are. What's your point? I know what grape flavor is. I'm
Fluffy, you
waiting.
don't know what grapes are.
Okay, so that was the whole point. The point was to just say, do you know what a grape is? What do you like about grape candy?
The grape flavor.
Yes, there's a lot of flavors that don't taste like grapes.
I mean, I like fruit flavored candy, anything, even though it often doesn't taste like the actual fruit or flavor it's based on. Like what banana Laffy Taffy.
I yeah,
That
that's
shit's
that.
not bananas.
I
It tastes good.
misspoke earlier. I misspoke earlier. What I meant to. Oh shoot! So fuck. I heard like gun stuttering, but I forgot that in the Minecraft music, there's a song that stutters like that. But I said
Dead.
no, it's end.
Well.
Yeah, end is a song which is supposed to be horrifying and creepy. If you go to the outer islands in the end, it plays a like a, what's a low fidelity version of the overworld theme. I think it's the song that it's repeating is Minecraft. The song Minecraft. So it does that song, but with a lot of like obvious mistakes and with very low quality audio, and then it just cuts out into complete and utter silence that is only accented by the sound of the void. It's like designed to make you feel like horrified and like scared anytime that you're in the end.
What you're describing seems like liminal space music, and I'm here
Yes.
for it.
If you want to listen to endless liminal space music, turn Minecraft music volume to max and go into the end dimension.
I hope it won't be coming out. So sad, but I'll do it.
But yeah, what I was saying before to Fluffy was I misspoke. I think what I said was there's a lot of flavors that don't taste like grapes. But what I actually meant to say was there's a lot of flavors that don't taste like their real world counterparts.
Yeah, precisely.
Bananas taste like Cavendish bananas, the types of bananas that we have now, but banana flavoring is based on like the San Maria or whatever, which went extinct in the fucking 50s.
Man, extinct bananas, huh?
Yeah, they tasted exactly like banana candy.
Oh, so they are based on real bananas.
Yes, it's just they're based on dead bananas and not living bananas.
We're eating banana ghosts now.
Yep.
Their screams torment us.
I don't know what's up with grape flavored candy. If I'm completely honest, I don't know what type of grape they're based on. Maybe they're based on
Uh,
like wine grapes. Perea got big. Yeah, I did.
maybe.
What I did was I sat up in my chair and then I moved the camera further back, but the amount that I moved the camera back was not nearly enough to offset what I did in my chair.
Noise, noise.
Whatever grape I just had, it tasted like grape candy. What
You
type of
ate the
grape
single
did you just
grape.
fucking eat?
You ate the
That's the
single grape that they're
grape.
based on.
Fluffy, you don't understand. When they made grape flavoring, they used that grape. You know how in France they keep a physical copy of the kilogram and they say every kilogram in the world is just a copy of this kilogram right here. And they make sure to like add weight to it anytime it loses weight and remove weight from it anytime it gains weight from natural weathering. They want to make sure that that 1 kilogram in France is the kilogram. You just ate the grape.
God damn it,
The
Fluffy.
one and only grape on which all grapes are based.
You're going in a timeout for that. I hope you know that.
You're going to international fucking. You're going to The Hague.
I'm sending you to Guantanamo Bay
Oh,
after
fuck. You're not going to be charged. You're only going to be sent to Guantanamo.
Yep. Yeah, tell it to the judge, Fluffy. I don't want to hear this.
You can see Fluffy physically being dragged away.
Yeah, the CIA agents are at her house right now, like putting the bag over her head, escorting her out.
Exactly.
All right, we bagged another one today, folks. Good job.
We got him.
We get, ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We're facing rising pressure from people to release all of the what was it? The people in Guantanamo who haven't been charged with any crimes. So what we'll do is we'll add more of them. That way they'll stop trying to get specific people out, and then the fucking movement will lose focus.
It's like you're DDoSing them just by sending them too many fucking prisoners to deal with, so they have to shut down.
Anytime I scratch my nose, I jump scare. I go Freddy
Well,
Fazbear's.
you're a spider. That's what you're supposed to do.
This will be great. I'm gonna clip this stream, and the thing I'm gonna do is just do a clip of every time I fucking jump like that, and put the fucking like the sound effect over it that
Yeah,
Freddy
please
does.
do.
I'm also gonna anytime I'm not doing that, I'm going to turn this screen completely black and play the fucking jingle that he plays when lights are out.
Nice.
It'll be awesome. It'll be a great highlights vid.
I think it would. I think it would.
But yeah,
Are are
what
you
were
much
you,
of
what
a
were you saying?
manga reader?
Yes, I am. But I'll say I read manga a lot more in high school, and I keep up with mangas these days, but I do read more infrequently than I used to.
I want to say there's only been like a handful that I've read all the way to completion, but
Oh,
those
yeah.
I've read, they were pretty good.
Hmm.
I
Why do you
have
ask?
oh, I was just wondering, right? If you're an anime fan, right?
Oh, I have a fucking bookshelf right next to me full of all the physical mangas I've bought. I read manga online, I'm not a heathen, but I buy physical mangas because I want to look the part, you know?
Right, get that street cred on
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I have nothing but manga in a. I filled out one of the what is it, the shelves, and then I have a second shelf that's nearly full.
What are some of your physical copies that you have?
I have the first 5 volumes of Kiss Him Not Me,
Oh,
which is the reverse harem about a girl who was fat, but then she got sad once and didn't eat for a full week, and all of a sudden she was the skinniest fucking thing alive.
you got hot.
Yeah.
Love
Love it.
it.
Have you ever been so depressed that you don't eat for a week? Guess what? You're hot now.
That's how it works, folks.
Another thing I have is the volumes 12 through 14, and as well as the first volume of Borakmon, which is a really amazing manga. Oh my fucking god. It's about, remember how earlier I was talking about the guy who went back home to a sweets shop so
It's
that he
the
could.
calligrapher, right?
Yes, it's about a calligrapher who moves to a small island so he can become a father figure.
Man, I want that to be me someday. I just want to go
Yeah.
to some fucking rural ass town and
And
just start anew.
like have all the kids be like, "That's the fucking guy." I love that idea. The fucking dude, it sounds so cool
It is just
to be like a
nice,
role model, to like have people look up to you. My fucking god, that sounds so cool.
right? Everything is just nice, and you're slowly but surely dealing with your burnouts.
Hmm. I've got a lot of I was about to say Junji Ito. It's not Junji Ito. It's Ina Asano.
What are they notable for?
Uh, they're notable for Oyasumi Punpun, which is one of their most popular fucking mangas to date. What was
What's
the other
that?
huge one that everyone fucking talks about that they made other than Ocean? I don't have the other one, but I have Girl by the Shore, which is it's a good one. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Inio Asano fans don't think it's like the best thing he has ever made, but they think that it's all right. I have a couple copies of Dead Demons. I gotta say, that's the first Inio Asano manga that I read was Dead Demons. I fucking love Dead Demons so much. I should say its full title, by the way. It's Dead Demons Destruction. Here,
That is a very Japanese title.
let
I
me see
like
if I can
that.
type it out. I'll give you an idea of how many days there are.
Time to duel.
Yeah.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh. I almost said Yu-Gi-Mon. Holy shit.
Uh huh. God fucking damn.
That's a fuck up if ever I've heard one.
I think that this is the official title. What the fuck? Oh, I'm an idiot. I accidentally. instead of pasting, I did the other thing.
Oh
This is
no.
it. This is it. Dead demons destruction.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, I love that manga. I have 3 volumes. I think it's 1, 2, and 3. It might be out of order though, maybe.
What's special about that one?
It's so fucking cool, dude. I'll describe the plot in as simple a way as possible. I don't think it's much of a spoiler because I think they establish everything within the first 5 chapters. But the plot of Dead Demons Destruction is that in like I don't know if they put a specific date to it, but I will just for the sake of clarity. In like 2018 or something, aliens came down from the fucking sky over Japan, and everyone thought it was going to be the end of the world or whatever because they started sending out like ships to reach the land and like touch down. But when the aliens got out of their ships, they like they looked like children wearing diver helmets, like the old school like diving bell diver helmets, you know?
Oh, like the early
Flying
what,
du-
like
or yeah.
1800s ones.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So like or actually wait, maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe they're not diving helmets. Maybe they're space helmets. Hold on. Let me grab the physical manga so I can put that to rest, you know? My model might freak out for a sec.
Oh, like the old NASA helmets in the 60s.
Yeah, let me grab a volume. Okay, this is volume 4. I did another jump scare.
Oh goodness. You're
Yeah.
big.
Okay, yep, I
You're
found
gonna
them.
eat me.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to I think it like you could make an argument either way. They look like completely perfect spheres with a visor on them. Honestly, the thing that I would compare them the most to is a they look like if the octopus from Animal Crossing wore a Among Us helmet. That's what they look like.
So very like generic space helmet.
Yeah, and they look like fucking children wearing these helmets. But the plot of Dead Demons is that after touchdown, after contact with aliens, the government just simply decides that since they can't put up a fight, might as well genocide them.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
So the public goes on for years just living under a spaceship parked in the sky while the government routinely goes into territory where aliens have touched down and they evacuated humans out of the area. I'll say this, the aliens didn't kill anyone, but they did their ships, like they crash landed the ships. So that ended up killing people. So anywhere that where the aliens crash landed, there's no people there because they either died or they were evacuated. And so that makes it easy for the government to just come in and just shoot them all. And this happens for years where any area where there was a crash site gets vacated and then the government just goes fucking ham with guns and then they move on to the next area and the public just got used to it. There's this giant spaceship in the sky constantly underpinning everything that everyone is doing and they just keep going on like normal. And they know that the government is genociding the aliens, but they just don't care.
It's like my intellectual inspiration said, Michael Jordan, fuck them kids.
It. I love Inio Asano's mangas because oftentimes they might have a plot to the side, like Dead Demons with the alien plot, but every single one of them is a character study for the most part, and oftentimes the character will like either be tangentially related to the plot that's happening, or sometimes they don't even care. Like, specifically with Dead Dead Demons, I think, the main characters of the manga don't actually have anything to do with the aliens for, like, 3 volumes. They're literally just living their lives separate from all of this. Well, not separate, because they live under the spaceship. But it's like it doesn't even factor to them. They don't think about the aliens at all. And their plot line is just regular high school shit for the most part. But we also know, because every time there's an interjection chapter, we see aliens being fucking genocided. It's just it's a story about high schoolers that live under an alien spaceship that don't give a shit what the government is doing to the aliens. They just sort of accept it as natural, and then they just go about their regular lives. Up until, like, volume 4, I think.
That's certainly interesting. And honestly, I could see that happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
People just ignoring all this horrible stuff going on in the background.
Mm-hmm. I think that's also why everyone got so into a Yasumi Punpun. All of Inio Asano's stuff is, like, heavily based on, like, what someone is thinking. It has a main character, and it just wants you to understand that person. It doesn't ask you to give a shit about the alien genocide, even though you probably should be horrified by it. It just wants you to relate to a person who is having a life with things happening to them. And it just wants you to kind of, like, try and understand them. And
Right.
I like, that's the best way to explain the things I love in manga and anime that I was talking about before. I talked about things like character studies, or, like, having the plot emerge from the characters. What I'm really talking about is just, I want the character's personality to matter enough that I am expected to understand them. A story that cannot do that, that doesn't have a character's personality matter enough to the point where, like, if you don't get them at all, or if you don't understand their motivations, it doesn't matter, you can still watch the story. I can't get into those, I think.
Where do you think you can point to an example where you've watched or read something where the character isn't necessarily the focus, but the setting, however, is, and it's like better off for it?
I'll try. I have to think about literally everything that I've ever watched. I think we can put a good, like, what's the word that I'm looking for? A good word in for Girls' Last Tour, which is, it has characters, but the characters ultimately, like, the things that happen to them are things that it's not like you're not supposed to care about them, but it wants you to look at the world they're in. And I'll be the first to admit that I loved that anime. And the first half, which basically ignored the characters' motivations a lot most of the time, was still enjoyable to me, even though it just was set in a world. I wouldn't
Right.
necessarily, I would not argue that it's better because it chose to focus on the world rather than the characters, but I think that that's a clear example of an antithesis to my point, where, like, it's a story that can exist without an interesting or deep character. But the thing is,
Hmm.
that anime does care about its characters, especially towards the end. Their motivations start to matter a little bit more, though it is still entirely about the world that it's set in. And I think that it's a good anime, even though it's focused on its world.
What would you say is probably like the best example of character-driven narratives that you enjoy? Or at least one of. Doesn't have to be the best.
Uh, I have an answer to that. I'm not sure if it's the correct answer, and I know for a fact that if I say it, people will make fun of me.
Go nuts, because I'm gonna make fun of you anyways.
All right. I would say the reason I love harem mangas so much is because with a harem manga, the whole point is that the characters are the focus. Because, like, it's supposed...
Naturally.
Yeah. You're supposed to see each of the, like, individual characters for, like, what they are, what makes them unique or special. So, like, you have to have it be a character-driven narrative. Otherwise, they would all blend together and there would be no interest in reading it, you know? One of the best mangas, harem mangas, that I've ever read, and to this day, what I would consider my favorite harem manga, is Gotobun no Hanayome.
What's that?
Its English name is Quintessential Quintuplets.
Oh, okay. That's pretty new, isn't it?
It's not too new. The manga ended in 2020. And the anime is about to end when its season 3 comes out.
What makes it special?
What makes it special to me is just that when I was reading the manga, the author does this thing where everything matters, and I mean everything. If characters are talking, then for the most part, that's an important plot point.
Okay, I think I see what you mean.
The reason I love Gotobun no Hanayome so much is because it treats its characters with that level of respect where when they're talking to each other about stuff, it matters what they're saying and it becomes important later on in the story. There's one of these examples which actually tripped me up when I was reading the manga. One of the girls is trying to reassure another one by just sort of like talking them up, you know, just chatting them up and trying to make them feel better because they were feeling down at the time. And they offhandedly say, like, you know, let's get real. You're holding back too much. I feel like you'd be happier if you, like, tried to do what you wanted instead of just, like, doing what other people want you to do, right? So just, like, do something that, like, be a little bit selfish, you know? That was just, like, something that they said to this person offhandedly to try and make them feel better. 20 chapters later, that person does a like, life-altering thing. Something that alters the course of the story. And there's this one line that comes out, and it's only one line, where the girl who told her to be selfish, without any context, just says, "That's not what I meant." There wasn't like a flashback to the thing that she said. It wasn't like she was like, "When I said this thing, that's not what I meant." She literally just looks at her and says, "That's not what I meant." And you're supposed to have invested yourself in character interactions enough by this point to remember that she told her to be selfish, and to get that when one character says, "That's not what I meant," that they meant the time that they said, you're allowed to be selfish.
Right, it's this big moment that treats you with a little bit of maturity, right? You're not like babied around.
Every single chapter, no matter how much of a filler arc it is, has something that's, like, important to know. Maybe that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but it is true that most of the character interactions are important. It's not like a typical comedy series. Every single chapter progresses the plot forward to some extent, and in some way.
It's the, I guess, I want to call it the Chekhov's gun effect.
Every chapter has at least one Chekhov's gun, and that I said before, that might be an exaggeration, but it feels true, which is all you really need to know. When you read that manga, you have to pay attention to it. You have to pay attention to each of the characters, what they're like, and what they're saying. because it has an effect on who they are, constantly changing.
Okay, all right. I can appreciate that. I love seeing that. I love it when the writers don't they respect my intelligence enough to promise me to remember things that they make callbacks for without like doing some really like dumb exposition or like flashbacks like you mentioned.
Yeah. I will say though, that was I read the manga, so the anime isn't bad by any means. People really like the anime. I don't think that it dumbs it down either, but it might be different if you watch the anime. But I know that if you read the manga, it's surprising how much it respects the reader to have invested themselves in the characters.
Right. It's having faith in your narrative, right? Like if you didn't have any faith and you felt like, oh, no one's gonna remember this important interaction, therefore I need to reiterate it or, you know, go over it again for my audience so then they can have that dramatic reveal after I give them the shining neon light that says, hey, you have to remember this part.
Yeah. And like that's the reason why I've read a lot of harem mangas. And there was a point in time when silly younger me thought that Rent-A-Girlfriend was going to be on par with Gotobun. But I think I might have talked about it with Jesus, or I might not have. Rent-A-Girlfriend decided that it hated its characters and it just wanted to make them insufferable. It just simply decided that you know what, these characters, they're too likable. Let's just give them hell.
Do you find yourself gravitating more towards harem / reverse harem anime?
Yes, I would say I gravitate towards it. Definitely. I think that it is a fair assessment to say that I gravitate towards those types of animes.
What would you say to like the common critique of like, oh, harem anime is either like too objectifying or like focuses too much on fan service, yada yada?
I mean, that's a fair criticism in a lot of cases. There have been times, like when I watched Uezaki, which isn't a harem, but like it's an ecchi.
Oh yeah.
I felt like that was like, wow, this is just fan service.
Uzaki had a lot of fan service in it.
Yeah.
I remember
It's
Twitter
just-
got in an uproar about that.
It's because they had a character that was really short but had huge tits, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because nobody exists like that in the real world.
I mean, yeah, I won't talk about it too much, but if there's any critique of that anime that I do accept and openly accept, it is that, holy shit, it fucking, every episode, the main character touches Uezaki's tits somehow.
Excellent. See, that's culture right there.
Yeah. But, that's another reason why I love Gotobun so much. I'm trying, like, actively trying to remember a time it did fan service, where, like, the girls were, like, half naked or something. Or, like, there was, like, an accidental fall. Did it ever happen?
The boob grab accidentally trademarked.
Did it happen? Like, I'm not saying it's the perfect harem manga or anything. I'm just trying to, like, I legitimately don't remember. You know, there could have been a time. It's just I don't remember.
It's definitely not like what you come there for, though, right? Like it's
Gotobun is designed around you caring about the girls. It wants you to, like, see them as people and respect them and understand them.
I can appreciate that.
It definitely does not treat them as, like, trophy wives or objects to be won.
Rare, but good sight. Love that.
I really love Gotobun. I will sing its praises. Especially because Rent-A-Girlfriend let me down so fucking hard. By the way, Rent-A-Girlfriend has a lot of fan service. Not like to the extent of Uwazaki. It's more so just like what's the best way to put it? Kazuya masturbates a lot in Rent-A-Girlfriend. And so there's a lot of times in the manga when you see the girls in I won't say that the girls take their clothes off in Rent-A-Girlfriend, because they don't. But in the manga, at the very least, Kazuya envisions them in his mind, imagines them naked a couple times. So I consider that to be fan service.
Do you think, or have you ever experienced like an instance in anime or manga where the fan service was like there and clearly present, but kind of like done in a more respectable way, where it still kind of acknowledges the characters as characters and doesn't, I guess, like explicitly view them as sex objects?
There's been times, I think, but it's not very common. There are times when I'm trying to think, because like I can remember at least one anime did it, but I don't remember which one it was. What is it? I'll say this. There was an anime that came out a couple seasons ago. Maybe no, I'm pretty sure it was like 2 seasons ago. Called "I Was Banished from the Heroes Party." Something like that.
Right.
And the main character in that anime has a girlfriend / wife who he has relatively raunchy scenes with sometimes, but the thing about it is that they are like both fully consenting adults, and it's not like a slip and fall moment. It's like she's actively trying to seduce him, and like they're literally dating. All of the scenes are fan servicey, but they're designed around giving you the impression that these two people love each other in a very carnal way.
That's adorable. I like that.
Yeah. And so like that's a very respectable way to do fan service, is like you have a couple that's just having sex or sexual tension on screen. Because like the whole point is that that woman is taking autonomy over her body and using it the way that she sees fit.
Right, exactly. That's cool. I don't even think I could really point to many examples where I've seen that happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, mad respect, mad respect.
Yeah, there are probably other examples, but that is a shining example of just an anime where, at the very least, fan service is treated as like a thing that people choose to do and not like effectively accidental molestation.
To like titillate the audience
Yeah,
and like nothing really more.
dude. I really don't like some fan service in anime. Like unless it like actually tries to justify itself or make itself something. There's just such a like problematic nature with it, and I really just don't like how much it fucking destroys the storyline. I gotta admit right now, I gotta admit to something fucking hilarious. I hope you don't laugh in my face about this, but you are allowed to find it funny.
All right, shoot.
Every season, not every season, but I would say a good 50% of the time when a seasonal anime, like a season comes out, there's one anime that is ecchi in a specific way where it's basically porn.
Of course, yeah.
They
I've seen
they
it, yeah.
even have on the website that I use, they put out the censored version when it's available, but the second that the uncensored version comes out, which it always comes out the same day, they put that up. Because like we're talking, it's literally hentai, but they have a TV edit.
Oh, you're talking about just like uncensored like boobs and stuff, right? But
Yes.
there's no like fucking.
50% of the time, there is an anime on screen about, and the most recent one that ended was called World Ends Harem. No, you're wrong. There's fucking in that one. There's a lot of fucking. There is a
my.
lot of fucking in that one.
Oh heavens.
So, like, what I'm talking about is 50% of the time, there is an anime currently airing in Japan which is censored porn. And they release the uncensored version online.
This is stuff that you could theoretically find on like Japanese TV.
Yes. Uncensored, or rather, censored porn. They put porn on TV and they censor it so that it can, like, like make it on TV. I just have to come out and be honest. I watch every one of those animes when they come out, every last one of them. And you know why? I watch them for the plot.
Oh, yeah, I can believe that, dude. Like, hey, I'll admit, I've read like hentai for the plot like several times.
I'm not joking. The World's End Harem, which I told you is the one that is nothing but sex, where like the characters have sex constantly on screen.
Mm-hmm.
I did a character study of that one where I said that I used character archetypes, and I showed that there are three major characters, three main characters, you could say. One of them is very obviously the archetypal villain. One of them is very obviously the archetypal hero. But then we have a third one who in the first act seems to be the setup for an archetypal villain. He is... So, like, the archetypal hero is a person who chooses to not have sex with anyone because they're in love with someone and they want to save themselves for marriage. That's the archetypal hero. Right?
Yeah.
The archetypal villain is a character that's introduced in the second half, and they're a person who... I don't want to give the wrong impression. They have consensual sex with women, and they don't ever, like, assault anyone. But they also force other women to watch while it happens.
Kinky. Nice.
They're a villain. They're definitely a villain. They do bad things, and they're evil.
Mm-hmm.
But in the first act, before the archetypal villain shows up, there's a character who's characterized by having sex with any women who will say yes to him. And so, like, you get this feeling that the hero is someone who doesn't have sex with anyone because he has someone he's in love with. And so this other guy who has sex with anyone who says yes must be the villain, right? The actual villain hasn't been introduced yet, so we get this feeling that he's a villain, but he's not. He actually, his archetype in the anime as it progresses is the anti-hero. He's like a dark hero, almost like kind of like I don't want to like compare him to like Batman or anything, but he's a hero who's effectively got questionable morals, but he's a hero nonetheless. To give you an idea of how much they wanted you to find this guy redeemable and like him, one of the last scenes that he has in the anime, this might be a spoiler for anyone who wants to watch a fucking porno. One of the last scenes that they have him is like, the way that the world works is that his job is to impregnate women so that they can have children, because the world is having a birthing crisis for reasons that I just don't want to get into.
It's hentai plot.
It's hentai plot. It is hentai plot. So he has to impregnate women for his job. But the thing is, once a woman gets pregnant, they don't go to see him anymore. Like, he can't have sex with a pregnant woman to impregnate her again, you know? So they just stop seeing each other. And, like, you get the impression that he has sex with women until they get pregnant, and then he just finds another woman. You know, archetypal villain type stuff. In the last
Out, Dad.
in the last episode, they show images of him going to the homes of the women he's impregnated and playing at being a father figure to the children that he's created to give you the actual impression that having a lot of sex doesn't make you evil and that he's just an anti-hero is what it is.
He's just a nice guy, essentially.
Yeah!
Doing
In the first arc, in the first section of the anime, they make you think he's the villain, but he's not the villain. He's a good person, and he's an anti-hero, and the real villain was someone who you actually were led to like at first, someone who you thought you could relate to, but they turn out to be evil. Whereas the person you thought you couldn't relate to, the person you would call like a chauvinist, was actually a good person with just like a little bit of a sex crazed mania.
Just a little horny. A little horny is permissible.
I just that's the thing about that fucking anime. I wouldn't recommend anyone watch it, but when I watched it, I wasn't fucking sitting in my seat just fucking jacking it or anything. I was like, okay, so Doi is currently doing this, which furthers his archetype as the villain. But if he's the archetypal villain, how are they going to redeem the number one? You know, I sat there theory crafting about the fucking porno, and I'll be honest, I do it every season. Every time a porno comes out, I do a little bit of. I'm not joking. There's an anime OVA for an anime that came out called Ex Eros, which is also censored porn. But the OVA for Ex Eros follows the plot of a magical spell cast on a bunch of people that makes them think that being naked is natural.
Okay.
And so they walk around fully nude in front of everyone, and like they have no shame. And the plot resolves when they find the witch or whatever that cast the spell, and they kill her, and everyone realizes that they're naked, and they go haywire, and then they put on their clothes, and everything goes back to normal, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a short paragraph, I'm not joking, about how the OVA for Ex Eros is an allegory to the Bible.
That's what I was thinking, right? Because,
exactly. It's about shame, and it's about when you think about it. Is it moral for them to enact that like anti-spell? Should they have defeated that witch? When you think about it, is it moral to take away someone's innocence intentionally? Simply because you believe that a different version of them would be ashamed of who they are. Like, you get into some really deep philosophical questions when you think about naked people.
Ethical nudist.
Like, when someone is comfortable being naked, or like even just beyond being naked, if someone's comfortable with something, but you believe that they might feel shame someday, is it ethical to force that shame onto them now?
You're restricting their autonomy.
Is it ever justified to take away someone's innocence?
Based on just what you personally believe is the better outcome for them.
Yes, because when it comes down to it, what you're getting at is that you are selfishly assuming what your values are must be the values that they espouse or could espouse, and you will take action against them based on your values on the predicate that they might hold your values eventually. It sounds like such a selfish act.
It's because it is. Oh. Okay, all right. I like where you're going with this.
So yeah, like I could post like the paragraph that I wrote about the allegory between a Japanese hentai and the Bible, and it's pretty in depth, and I make some good points, but it is about a fucking porno, so it's difficult for me to fucking justify ever making it public, you know?
Right.
I do that a lot. So like I'll watch not like a hentai, but something that is borderline hentai, but somehow managed to get aired on TV, and then I'll like theory craft about it. I'll like look for allegories. I'll read characters. I'll like I if I had a YouTube channel and you said if you ever make a video that is not interesting or not about porn, I will shoot you in the head, then I'd be comfortable feeling like I would live a long life.
It's uncharted territory. I mean, there's a lot of anime essayists, but none of them will ever go near such content. So you have free reign over it.
I mean,
if you wanted to.
I'd probably be safe from copyright strikes because I wouldn't be able to show any of the anime given that it's nothing but bare tits the entire time.
Right. Here, I need to go grab some water. Can we?
Oh
break?
man. Well, we're at 2:40. If there's a big enough will to keep going, I will. But we could just like end the stream, honestly.
I'm fine if you want to keep going. I'm fine if you want to end it here. I'm neutral either way.
Okay. We'll go on the idea that we're gonna keep going. I'll go to the BRB screen and I'll get my own water because I'm thirsty.
Yeah, 5-minute break or something.
All right.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, back at the same time.
I was kind of sitting around drinking water for the most part. Oh, wrong one. Oh, fuck. There, that's the one.
Imagine drinking water wrong.
There we go.
Oh, you're big.
I changed my seating position is the problem. Here, let me... Yeah, there we go. Now I'm smaller than I used to be.
Small. We're about the same size now.
Yeah. I used to be... I used to be bigger, but I decided to get smaller.
Preya, since you're a spider VTuber, what's like your canonical height? Are you like
Oh...
5'6", or are you like an inch?
I'm like... I am just barely under 6 feet tall. I'm 5'11".
Oh,
Canonically.
So you're pretty tall.
Yeah. I got
Tall
the
spider
long
lady.
legs. Wait, maybe hold on. Maybe hold on. I'm thinking okay, so like I have the new model in production. I'm actually thinking about lore here. Am I supposed to be that tall? For safety's sake, for now, let's say my canonical height, and this is a temporary canonical height, we'll say it's, oh shoot, I'm like way too small now. We'll say it's 5'4", because that seems like a very average height.
Yeah, that's about average.
It will adjust depending on how tall the model that I am making ends up being. But I'm supposed to be on the taller side at the very least.
Okay, interesting. I like that. And so we were talking going a little bit earlier back into the conversation towards VTubers once again. We brought up like the specific vibes that each like VTuber has. What do you think yours is? Like
My vibe?
yeah, what are you trying to like get across, or what would people watch you for?
I think that what my vibe should be, especially into the future, is as like a very sociable person. Because I think that the one thing that I bring to the table is that I consistently, like every week, I do a chatting stream with my close friends at Sahou. And so I think that the vibe I'm trying to go for then necessarily must be one of a friendly, someone who like sits down and just chats to people and like tries to talk on their level.
Right, it's like people who recreationally watch podcasts. They do it so they can kind of feel as if they were a part of a larger
I guess
conversation.
I guess that is the idea. Because like with most streamers, they like you can kind of argue you're like, okay, that's like that's not much of a fucking personality. A lot of streamers try to be like sociable. or whatever. But like most streamers have a persona or something, you know, like a character they play into, you know.
Hmm.
And I guess maybe I don't know how unique this is, but the vibe I'm going for is to be authentic, someone who like just talks in the most like down to earth sort of like directly with you and not at you way, in a way where
Right.
a lot of streamers like play into like certain jokes or like certain things, and I'm like I don't know, I want to be real.
Right, they're very focused on performing their character,
Mm-hmm.
whereas you're a little bit more genuine's not like I don't want to sound mean
Yeah,
because
yeah,
like
yeah. Don't call them like invalid or anything, but I get what you mean. Where they like they put on a mask effectively, you know.
and you're just effectively you.
Mm-hmm. But
I got
obviously, that's only the vibe I'm supposed to be giving off. If I was like 100% me, just like in the most realist sense, there would be aspects of the stream that were not enjoyable. So I want to improve the things that could be improved, even if that cuts into the character a little bit, you know.
What is something that you notice right now that you could like work towards improving on? I guess aside
Uh,
from like model stuff,
yeah.
since we
I
all
mean,
know you're
the
working on
model
that.
stuff. The model stuff is the thing that was the most apparent to me from the get go. Like I was I mean, I've been thinking about it. I've been watching TikTok VTubers a lot recently. Just seeing their models move has made me fucking, you know, feel like I need to do better on mine. I need to get a full body model, stuff like that. That's like the most apparent thing. So if I had to go for something else, one thing is that sometimes I talked about it with my wife or like the other like week or whatever. When I did my re-debut stream, the one thing that I felt like I was like as a person, as a streamer, I was lacking was it's difficult for me to multitask, like really difficult for me to multitask. So when playing games um, and streaming at the same time, I'm either being attentive and talking to chat and being like a good sociable person, or I'm completely dead silent and gaming.
Uh, yeah, no, that's definitely a huge hurdle
Mm-hmm.
to jump across. But if you could master that,
Mm-hmm.
you effectively got it in the bag. If you are really good at paying attention to chat and interacting with them, while obviously doing whatever else it is you're doing in the stream, whether you're playing a game or for me, I'm often drawing.
Mm-hmm.
But try and take like any means to where you can facilitate you easily being able to contribute or add to comments or to a larger conversation and to make people feel included in on that. That is very important.
Yeah. Sorry about the clicking. I think that clicking was audible on the mic. I fidget with things. I noticed during my Danganronpa stream this terrible clicking that just kept happening in the background in the VOD while I was talking. And I like, for some reason, even though I don't remember what it was, I know that I was fucking with something and I was just like ruining the audio. So if there was clicking just now, I apologize about it.
I didn't hear anything. What do
Okay.
you normally like fidget with?
Literally anything that I can touch, but in this particular context where I'm streaming, I have a USB drive that has a one of those like fold like what's the best way to you like you push down on it and then it reveals the USB from inside a holding place.
I got one of those, yeah. That's
And
my USB.
yeah, it has a locking mechanism so it can lock in the open and closed positions. But the way I fidget with it is I push it from open to closed rapidly, which leads to this like audible click, 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 click. and that happens a lot. But since I fidget with literally anything, if I were to take that off of my desk, the next thing I would go for would be this hand sanitizer bottle that I have up here, and I would open it with my thumb like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that was audible, but it's clicking. It's kind of like fighting interests, you know, because the things that are the most satisfying to fidget with are the things that click, because they give an audible and physical and like tangible reaction, which makes it really easy and fun to fidget with. But they also create a noise while I'm streaming, which in the past has ruined audio. I just like, I'm talking, but there's this constant clicking in the back, you know?
Yeah. Do you have like ADD or anything like that? And that's
My
kind of the reason why you fidget.
My entire childhood, my mother told me that I had ADHD, but she never provided a doctor's fucking note about it. And so we have no fucking clue. But my wife is we'll say that she knows a lot about mental illnesses, and she says like it's very clear that like if I have something, it's something like ADHD or autism or something like that. Something that does cause a lot of things like fidgeting and vocal tics and stuff like that to happen all the time.
Right. I have ADD. Diagnosed, was medicated for a time on it, so I fidget with a lot of stuff still to this day.
Mm-hmm.
It just is what
Yeah.
it is.
Just I have a quiet one. It's just a piece of. Actually, it's not quiet. It makes a pop noise, but it's made of plastic. I don't know if it would make a noise on stream that like is audible.
Hmm.
But if it's quieter and it's specifically designed to be fidgeted with, I might just put that on my desk so that I can use it.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's fun times. Yeah, keeping like concentration on anything just sucks.
Yeah, I think
I
that
gotta be doing like seven different things at once.
those are the two biggest things. When I went back to watch my old streams, the things that made me cringe about it, the things that I didn't laugh at, the things that made me worried about my future as a streamer, were the fact that I had audio troubles, some of which were caused by me literally just fidgeting with stuff. And the second thing was that there were large swaths of time where I just didn't know what to say and I was quiet.
Sometimes that can't be helped, right? Like if you're gonna be streaming for upwards of like 2, 3
Mm-hmm.
plus hours, there's gonna be like a lot of dead air, especially if you don't have like prepared talking points, or sometimes your
Mm-hmm.
chat isn't nearly as active to really give you things to bounce off of, or
Yeah.
maybe the content you're messing around with right now just isn't all that like entertaining. Like I don't know, you're playing like Final Fantasy and you're just in the overworld grinding monsters. Like you probably don't have a whole lot to talk about or
Yeah.
anything too engaging to really provide your thoughts on.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be like a wide number of reasons why there's not a whole lot to really bring up. It's okay, but there's a couple of things you can do to prepare for whenever you have dead air like that.
Yeah, and there's one last thing that I could improve on with streaming that I know for a fact, which is when things go wrong, I have a tendency to sort of what's the best way to put it? I like kind of feel sorry for myself a little too much. I noticed it especially with like the re-debut stream. Like I was playing poorly during the game, but I would constantly like bring attention to it by being like, "Oh man, I don't know how to drive this thing. Oh my god." And like I would be like, "I'm sorry." I apologized a lot during that stream, and I realized after the fact, just like if I worked with it, if I like accepted that I wasn't going to be driving well and just like kept going and kept trying to make jokes, like make it enjoyable, people wouldn't be so focused on me not driving good. But if I keep apologizing and keep like saying, "Oh my god, I can't do this," and like making a big deal out of it, it makes people feel like it's a bigger deal than it is.
Right, you're explicitly drawing attention to it, and very clearly, right, like, if you're not having fun with it, other people will quickly notice that you're not having fun with it,
Mm-hmm.
and that kinda changes the pace of everything else.
Yeah. So, good thing about that stream was that it actually was fun, even when I was having a trouble with it. I was having fun, and I was actively trying to make it fun. And so, overall, I feel like it was a good stream. But like, if people watch that VOD when I upload it, they'll probably come away thinking I'm worse at driving than I actually was because I constantly talked about how I couldn't drive. And I didn't make it like funny at all. I just was like sorry about that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, you had your re-debut. How are you feeling, like, afterwards about that? Like, what's your general attitude towards, streaming, I guess, frequently again, right? You got stuff going on every week, right?
Yeah, I feel a lot better after a debut. Debuts have always been very hard, and I always feel my first debut, like you weren't around when it happened, but to give you an idea, before I even hit go live, my wife fell to the floor with a sickness, like a stomach bug, and I had
Oh.
to delay 30 minutes because we were legitimately thinking about going to the doctor, but she just lied down, and so I tried to get back into a streaming mood for my debut, the first time I ever streamed to any audience. I couldn't. I started that stream with so much anxiety, not even just from being nervous about streaming for the first time, but from literally watching my wife crumple. That like when everything came together, like seeing someone fall to the floor with like a sickness, worrying about someone you love, and also not knowing whether you're going to be an entertaining streamer, getting like a feel for things, debuting, having to like do all of that at the same time. I like, oh my god. By the end of the stream, it was so obvious that the game I was playing was not one that I was good at because I had only played it once before. Though I will say, when I say I played it once before, I played it for 10 hours once before. So I should have been better at it, but I was just so nervous about whether fucking I was making the stream entertaining and whether my wife was gonna die and whether I was like a fucking interesting person that like I completely botched the game, and that time, surprisingly enough, funnily enough, I managed to make it more enjoyable. But because of how low the quality of the gameplay was, even that wasn't enough to like fully salvage it. And by the end of the stream, I felt like it was the worst thing ever. I like felt like completely terrible about it. But I don't feel like people hated that stream. Even though after my debut, I thought that it was the worst thing I had ever done. People like don't seem to hate it. They make fun of it, they make jokes about it, but it's like mostly a joke. It's not like a bad memory or anything.
Right, it's not something that, like, still you're, like, concerned about.
Mm-hmm. My second debut went significantly better because I like was just better at the game. Even if I had difficulty driving, I knew what my goal was in a more concrete way, and I was able to achieve it a couple times over. Whereas with the City Skylines debut stream, I didn't reach any of my goals whatsoever because I failed the first goal and then spent the rest of the stream trying to fix the mistake that I made. So the second stream went better in terms of pure game progress. I obviously was a little bit worse about making my mistakes not seem enjoyable and making them seem kind of like a big deal than I did with my first stream. But overall, it felt better afterwards. You know, my first stream, I felt like I had made something terrible. And my re-debut stream, I felt like I had made something mediocre. But obviously, you know, things are better than we give ourselves credit for oftentimes. When we go back, we feel differently about it.
For
Like
sure.
and honestly before and after a lot of the podcasting streams with just chatting with Fluffy, especially with Fluffy, but also with Jesus, sometimes I would feel like I wasn't interesting enough, or I didn't talk enough, or I wasn't like saying enough, or bringing out topics, or I left too much dead air in. But then, like, when I rewatch those streams, like I said before, I laugh anytime a joke lands, and so like it didn't humble me. What's the other one? It sort of helped me understand that like it's not really gonna be perfect, but it always ends up being something that I can at least feel comfortable putting my name on, you know?
Right, you know, it's good enough.
I feel that way especially about the podcast streams, because I'm always worried about whether I'm doing enough with them. But when they come out, I rewatch them, I feel like I feel happy.
Do you find yourself enjoying the podcast streams more, like that's your favorite one to do, or do you more so enjoy like video game playthroughs, or do you like just exclusively just chatting where it's you in the chat, and why do you like those dynamics?
I think that out of all of the streams, my favorite is almost certainly when I am chatting with one of the Sahou members. And I think that the main reason why I like that dynamic, I'll come clean about it too. The first time I ever did a just chatting stream, it was my second stream ever. The first stream was my debut stream, and this is kind of hard to talk about. The very same week that I did my debut stream, my grandma died.
Oh my god, what?
Her funeral was the day after. So, like, I had my debut stream on the 17th. And
this was the stream where your wife
collapsed.
freaking
Yes.
collapsed.
Yes, that was the 17th.
Oh my goodness.
On the 19th, me, Jesus, and Fluffy did a Minecraft stream, which was the second stream I had ever been in.
Minecraft stream.
Yes. We played on my server and then summarily forgot that my server ever existed. You and Robbie have a server now, I hear, that is apparently in more use than mine ever was.
A lot of people seem to like it, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of people didn't like mine, I guess. Only one use out of it the entire time.
Sad.
It's fine. I'll find friends to play with on it. Maybe. Most of my IRL friends don't want to play on the Minecraft server, I think. So I have a useless Minecraft server.
Do you still have it?
I do. It's okay. So like it's not one of those servers that's like hosted on some fucking cloud site and like I pay for it every week or anything.
You need to like have it running on your PC.
Yup, I have a free to play server on my PC, and because my PC is fairly good, it can handle playing Minecraft and running the server at the same time, at the very least. And I haven't tried it yet, but it might even be able to handle streaming Minecraft while I do that.
That could be something worth investigating. That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
you're talking about your second time streaming.
Yeah, so like the second time I ever streamed, I streamed Minecraft with Fluffy and Jesus, and it was the day before my grandma's funeral.
my god.
So I did a stream on my channel, my debut stream on my channel, and then I did a stream on Jesus' channel, and then I went to my grandma's funeral, and then the week after that I did nothing. I didn't stream at all because I was like dealing with my grandma's fucking death and shit. It was a hard fucking life. The week after that, though, Jesus talked to me and was like, "Hey, you didn't do anything last week, and you only have one stream up. It's been 2 weeks. You only did one stream because the second stream was on my channel. So like, you one stream 2 weeks. You're gonna fucking die as a streamer. You're already dead. Fuckface."
Damn, that's laying it on a bit thick.
I'm paraphrasing. Jesus is much kinder than that.
Jesus,
So,
hard ass.
I didn't know how I was gonna come back to streaming after my grandma died, especially because my debut stream was so terrible, and not in terms of quality, in terms of like nerves and shit. And then the second stream I did with Fluffy and Jesus wasn't bad. It was a good stream, but like at the very end, for the last 20 or so minutes, we ran out of things to talk about, and so it was dead silent.
Oh, bummer.
So, like, my streaming experience up to this point was the most nerve-wracking, terrible experience where I displayed gameplay so atrocious that it literally killed the entire City Skylines game on my channel. Like, I played City Skylines once after that, and I got one viewer, and it was Fluffy. So my debut stream where I was so high off of nerves and I played so poorly that I literally killed a game for myself. A game that I really like, a game that I love playing, but I can't play it on stream because no one wants to watch me play it anymore. And then the next stream, I got a good vibe going, everything was nice, and then we were dead silent for 20 minutes.
Ooh.
And so everything came onto me very hard, and I felt so unprepared to stream again. So I just asked Jesus, maybe if I have someone there with me, it'll be fine. I said, Jesus, please do a chatting stream with me. I'll just talk to you about anime. It'll be easier than trying to fucking entertain people all on my own.
And it worked, right?
It worked. That first chatting stream, it was wonderful. I think it. Hold on. Even if we're talking about the VODs on my YouTube channel, it did exceptionally well. Let me see. Because I might be able to put like a specific number to it. It's high. Yeah, I'd say it's relatively high. Like the first chatting stream with Jesus, it felt good doing it. It felt like I was actually making something, and it felt fun. And it got 11 views on the YouTube channel, and I think as a VOD, it got like 16 views, which puts it into at least the top 10 streams that I've done. This is what now? My 14th stream. So like,
Ever?
yes, this is the 14th stream I've done. This one.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, so like saying top 10 isn't much, but like, you know, it's a stream that did well enough. It like got a good number of people interested, and it felt fun to do. And so like after that, I also didn't stream for another week, but when I returned, I did another Just Chatting stream with Jesus, and I told Jesus from the get-go, I was like, you know what, I'll do a gaming stream on Thursdays, but I'm gonna reserve Tuesdays for Just Chatting streams, because I like the way they feel. And as time went on, it became much more clear that like it feels good doing a Just Chatting stream. I don't know what it is, but like I guess I was born to be a podcaster or something. I feel very comfortable talking to people. I feel very comfortable just like talking with chat. One of the things is when I'm playing a game, I don't have a second monitor and I haven't learned how to do the pop out window yet. So I usually play games in full screen and I can't see chat. So I pull up my phone and I use my phone to look at chat. But in order to look at chat, I have to look away from the game. And so when I'm doing those gaming streams, I almost always do this thing where I just like I pause the game and then I look at chat and I read everything that they said for the past 5 minutes, you know? When I'm doing a just chatting stream, it's like live. It's like a live feed. It's not like I'm able to always read everything that chat says, even still, because I'm like talking to someone else. But I feel a lot more comfortable with my phone, like on the table. I'm not touching it. And everything that I need to see is just right in front of me. And I feel comfortable being able to just use everything off the top of my head, or maybe even in this notebook that I have, to just talk about stuff with people who I like talking to. You know, because like
Right.
me and Fluffy and Jesus, when a meeting is over, on the days when we have Sahou meetings, we sit in chat and just talk to whoever's around and each other up until like 3 a.m. We just like, I don't know what it is. We have just a vibe going. We talk 4 hours about nothing at all, and we have fun doing it. And so like I feel like it's maybe a bygone conclusion that I would enjoy doing chatting streams like this so much, and I would like for them to be a mainstay of the channel. They're the most comfortable streams for me to do, and they make me feel good about myself. I don't know.
I see what you're talking about. I personally really enjoy just chatting streams. I like all the stuff I do, obviously. I think just chatting might be one of my favorites, but I don't reserve like a whole lot of time for it. Unless I have like a particularly special activity planned for it.
I love doing the gaming streams because I like playing games and just being able to riff off of them for chat, and I think it's fun. I mean, I've done plenty of gaming streams, and people have liked my gaming streams, so I figure that they're probably fun.
Oh
I
yeah, for sure.
Some of the funniest moments definitely come from my gaming stream. The time that an Enderman teleported in front of me holding a rose, the time that I got teleported into the battle bus in the middle of a Minecraft playthrough, Nagy being from Boston for some reason, on Fluffy's request, and even in the most recent debut stream, where I managed to activate like 3 glitches in a matter of 5 minutes. It's like gaming streams are really fun to do, but they will always feel sort of difficult to start and high tension. They lead to great content, great moments, great fun, and I like them, but it's harder for me to do them. And it's easy for me to do these chatting streams, and I always feel really comfortable during them, and I feel comfortable with what they are after they're finished. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm never going to give up on gaming streams because I feel like I have some great moments during gaming streams, if that is the least that I could say. But
Oh, most certainly.
yeah, but like, maybe I shouldn't become just a podcasting person, but like I always want to do these streams. At least, maybe not once a week, probably though. At least for the foreseeable future, I would love to just do these streams once a week. And I want to do gaming streams at least sometimes, but every single week I want to be in here with someone talking.
Have you ever thought of potentially branching outside of Sahou for like potential guests? that you might want to have on to chat with?
I probably could do that. The only issue that I think I run into is a joke that's constantly made on Twitter, which is that VTubers are terrified of talking to each other. And save for Sahou VTubers, I have no idea how to fucking slide into any DMs or like talk to anyone. And like I don't even know what to say once I get there. Like what if I say like I'm a part of Team Saho, and then they like look into it and they're like, so like the communist VTuber group, and I'm like, yeah, is that gonna be a problem? How many times do you think that they're gonna say that that is? It feels maybe like a thing.
Surprisingly, what I've learned, because I have a lot of interactions with other VTubers, around like my size who do similar content. It either they like passively agree or they just straight up don't care, and
Okay. All right.
we still end up doing a lot of stuff together.
Maybe I'm just
Also,
too
uh,
anxious.
also you don't have to be like, oh, I am ambassador of Team Saho. Just be like, hey, I'm Perea, right?
Yeah. I mean, I only talk about leftism when politics comes up. You know, like me and Jesus, if we broach the topic of politics, we'll talk about theory and shit. But like otherwise, I'm just fucking goofing off. You know?
For sure, and other people are the same way, depending. But yeah, the unfortunate thing with like networking is you can't wait for other people to come to you. You have to be the one trying to branch out and engage with other people, which it's scary at first. But you'll make some good friends through that. I
All right.
promise.
All right.
I
I'll.
can try and hook you up with some peeps if you want.
That sounds nice. I'm a very sociable person. I'm a people-oriented person. I think I like to be alone a lot in my like actual real personal life, but like I have no qualms talking to people and I enjoy the company of people.
It's just a matter of like breaking that ice and that
Yeah.
awkwardness of like being around a new person. But like knowing you, I know there's a lot of people that I like interact with pretty frequently that you can mesh well with. So it's not a matter of like, oh, there's something wrong with you fundamentally. It's just you need to put yourself out there and kind of take the dive to meet new and interesting people.
Yeah. I mean, I'm terrible at that cuz I can't even keep a consistent Twitter feed, you know?
I can't sometimes. Well, I say that I can't, and I feel like that's mostly in my head because I'll look at like recent tweets and it's like, oh, did I seriously only post that a couple of days ago? It feels like I need this constant stream of content, but you know, if you're not active for like a day or two, that's fine. Twitter is a delicate game to participate in,
Most of the
admittedly.
time with Twitter, I just like retweet something that I find really funny, mostly from the Sahou members, but I get recommendations from all sorts of YouTubers, and if it really does like interest me, I'll like retweet it. And then the only posts I make really contain like streams and announcements of when a stream is gonna happen, and then announcements of when a VOD is up.
Don't be afraid to turn your Twitter into like a personal vlog. Like you notice
Yeah.
how what Jesus has been doing with like, the
Yes, to
community
talk
server
about
and his
yeah.
yeah, like that's a brilliant, genius idea. Like,
I
he's essentially doing like
yeah.
vlogging or review content.
I mean, I talked about it with like when Jesus first announced it. I made a joke because like Jesus was like, I have no one to talk about this anime with, and I was like, motherfucker, I read the manga. Talk to me. But then I immediately followed it up with like no, this is a good idea actually. This will drive up engagement and it'll make your section of the community server, your like your community channel, much more abuzz with like content and like engagement. And it gave me the idea that maybe I should also try to drive up engagement in mine. So I just started doing things relative to like VTubing and like Perea, like making the fucking Tails edit, I just like had the idea. I was like, I think this will be funny. I'll make it, and I made it, and then Jesus started posting about Sona Biscdal, and I thought, well, I made this thing for fun. Might as well just post it, and then I did.
Yeah,
And
for sure. The secret ingredients is, even if your idea is like half baked shitty or it's just kind of like shit posting, it's better than nothing. Like not everything has to be like this super curated like fine content to put out there that like people are getting marinated on. It's like sometimes just like some random ass thought you have in your head, especially for something like Twitter, where that's very much uh, kind of what the format is there for. Just stuff, dumb ideas off the top of your head, funny like meme edits. Hey, you can put that
yeah,
on your Twitter, put that on your Discord, and it's something. It's proof of that you're alive and active.
okay. I mean, I don't have a personal Twitter for like me outside of Perea, so like it won't even be that hard. I don't have to like keep up with multiple accounts or anything.
My Twitter is essentially just my personal one at this point. Like you can
Yeah.
like go to my likes or see all the people I follow. Like it is, yeah, no, it's just my personal at this point.
Yeah, no, okay. I like I'm hearing all this advice, and I'm like, this is perfectly respectable advice that I accept, and I understand why it's so important. But these are the exact things that I haven't been doing up until this point because I didn't want to put in the effort to do them.
That's the only thing to it is, even if it's not like super hard or complicated to do, it does take consistency and for you to like remember to do it in the first place, which can often be a struggle sometimes.
Hmm.
Like I can't eat. I barely post every day, and like I'm supposed to be an artist, and if you want to be like a really successful artist, you gotta post something every day, and I am like far from that quota. But you know,
Yeah.
baby steps and all of that. I'm trying to get back on my horse. I've been on a little bit of an art block lately, but thankfully I got a queue going again. So see some more stuff. I gotta work on more content for the VN.
Ah, yes. So
I'm finally
everyone in Sahou doesn't know how much they can say about the VN because they're like, okay, is this like a secret project? Or we just
I die at the end.
oh my oh, you haven't told me about that actually, and I'm the fucking writer.
Yeah, no, it's in the script if you look hard enough.
I'll look harder, especially because I'm the one that wrote the script, so maybe I should have known about that.
Well, like spoilers, right? I had to hack into your computer and
Ah,
then
you.
write it in
So
for me.
I wrote the script and then you wrote afterwards because you didn't want me to spoil the end. You didn't want to spoil the ending for me. But
Yeah.
but then you did it in a stream to all of our fans, or all of my fans.
Yeah.
Well, the fucking logic there is impeccable. So
Well, it's a spoiler, so pray you can't read it.
damn. Okay, I can't read the script that I wrote, so I don't know how I'm gonna work on it.
What happened was I like somehow convinced you to write the entire like me dying ending, and then right after you did that, I took out the Men in Black little flash thing, wiped your memory.
Hmm, damn.
Yep.
I wish I could
Uh,
remember, but see, there's the problem.
I forgore.
Anyway, what was the thing we were talking about before? It was
Before
probably so long ago we won't be able to remember if I'm completely honest.
city skylines.
Oh, yeah, we've been on this tangent a long time talking about like what I didn't like about my streams, what I could improve, and how to network effectively, get a better fucking online engagement.
Here's one thing that I always find kind of like an interesting conversation, because obviously you being a streamer, you kind of understand the balance kind of required to like have this sort of performance while also not sucking too much at a video game while also reading chat. Um,
I physically have a second monitor that I can use for chat, which will make things infinitely easier. The problem is that I don't have the right cable for it, and I need to get one.
need like another HDMI cable or something.
Yes.
Yeah. I need to get a second monitor one of these days. Thankfully, I have like just a laptop that I'm able to prop up next to my desk, and that essentially serves as my second monitor, but not like really. I read chat from it. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Look up stuff on the side. Like I might have like a walkthrough pulled up.
I mean that's good. I don't do that, but fucking all the games I've played so far don't lend themselves to walkthroughs
Uh,
too well.
this kind of leads into the question I was originally kind of prepping you for. Is how do you decide which game you play on stream?
I look at all of the games that I want to play, all the games that I like playing, and then in order to there's almost like, so I've played to date I think only 4 games on stream, because I do a thing where I try to like do, maybe not in sequence, but over the course of multiple weeks, just getting through a game. The way it went was my first stream was City Skylines, and no one liked that first City Skylines stream because of how difficult it was for me to do it. Then the next time I played a game, I think I played, well, obviously I played Minecraft with, that was on Jesus' channel. Next time I played a game, I think it was probably Minecraft, but then after that I did Danganronpa, and then I did like Minecraft and then Danganronpa, you know, in like a sort of like sequence, almost like that. And that's when I stopped streaming in 2021, because the only streams I did after that were just chatting streams. So like
Right.
it was like City Skylines, which I did 2 of, one in the middle there for a second. Minecraft, which I played alone and with Fluffy and Robbie, and Danganronpa, which I played because Fluffy really liked it, and everyone thought that Neigi sounding like a Bostoner was really funny.
Right.
That's the sad thing too. No one will actually ever see the second Danganronpa stream because I lost it. It's the only stream I ever lost.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, the first Danganronpa stream is up and uploaded onto the channel, but the second one happened and I don't have the footage for it, so I can't upload it.
So for those games, you just kind of selected them because it's on your radar, essentially, right?
I played Minecraft because Minecraft is my favorite game, and I know that I can do something with my, like the time that I first played Minecraft, I think I did it with Fluffy and Robbie at the time. And it was great. We didn't know exactly what we were going to do at the beginning of the stream, but then we got a goal and we moved towards that goal, and it was just a lot of fun. That was my best performing stream ever. I think I had like 16 concurrent viewers while I was streaming it, and the VOD eventually got 23 views. It was like I felt like it did numbers. It was an amazing stream. And it was just me playing with Fluffy and Robbie, and it was a good stream, and it was really funny, and it was great, and it was easy for me because I knew how much I loved Minecraft. The second time I did a Minecraft stream, it was because I had been on a break for a long time, and 1.18 was coming out, so I played a 1.18 snapshot to show people kind of the new terrain that wasn't in the vanilla game just yet, while also having the goal of climbing a mountain, which gave me like something to do and like strive for. And that was a good stream too. It was. I mean, I hadn't been active for a while, so not a lot of people showed up, but you and Tommy showed up, and I feel like it was a good stream at any given point in time. When someone jumped in, they could like see me doing something interesting.
Right. It's
And
not just aimless.
so the reason I chose Minecraft was because it's one of my favorite games, and I always know what to do when I'm in Minecraft. I make that I say that despite the fact that at the beginning of the first Minecraft stream I didn't know what to do, but like in general I know what to do when playing Minecraft. So I chose it because it was easy and I love that game. The reason I chose City Skylines was because I really like that game and I wanted to play it on stream. And that was basically it. And I haven't mentioned it yet because I only played it recently. But in the exact same vein of thought is Trailmakers. Trailmakers is a game which I had heard about, seen YouTubers play it a bunch, and I was really interested in the game and I wanted to play it. And I figured that it'd be a great game to stream. And I think it was a pretty good game to stream because like building, it's a game where you just like build cars and then see if they work and like test them. And I feel like that's an engaging thing.
Oh
So
yeah, I
yeah, yeah,
haven't
yeah.
seen it, but I'm sure that's the case.
So I did City Skylines because I like the game and I wanted to play it on stream for everyone, in front of everyone, and to talk to people while I did it. I played Trailmakers because it's a game I like, or thought that I liked a lot because what happened was I played it for the first time on stream, but I knew that I was going to like it. I did playtesting before the stream, by the way. I didn't go in completely blind because like when I first opened the game, it had connection issues and it ended up like booting me from the. If that happened on stream, that would have been terrible. So I do testing in the games beforehand to make sure that they'll like function correctly. But the
Smart.
first time I did story mode, like anything in story mode, was on stream. So I went in assuming that I was gonna like it, but not knowing. But it's the same thing. City of Skylines, I like that game. I wanted to play it with other people around. Trailmakers, a game I thought I was gonna like, and I wanted to play it with other people around. Minecraft, I already explained, is just because I love that game, so I always know what to do in it. Therefore, it's easy to stream. The only exception to that rule of just like games that I like is Danganronpa. The reason it's an exception is not because I dislike Danganronpa or anything. It's because I had a specific goal when playing Danganronpa, which is I had just finished watching Fluffy over the course of multiple streams play the game Mata Nui, which is a Bionicles game. Did you watch those streams, Annie?
I might have checked in on one or two of them. Yeah.
I feel like they might have come out before you joined, though.
If that's the case, then probably not.
Yeah, I was wondering if you had seen like the VODs or anything, but probably not. But just it's a I'll be honest, it's just a shitty Bionicles game. The game wasn't that interesting, but Fluffy was entertaining the entire time. And it sort of opened my eyes. I up until this point I played City Skylines, and I had basically only done chatting streams. So like I was like, okay, I've only done chatting streams in City Skylines. What's a game that I could play that won't make me so anxious that I die? Since the last time I played a game, it was terrible on my like stress. I'm not saying the stream was terrible. I'm saying like I was so high on stress. So I chose a game that had text in it and was heavily text based, like a visual novel. Because when Fluffy played Motunui, which is a very text based game, it seemed like it was really easy to riff off of and make content off of what people were saying. And it's a lot harder to do something in a game that will generate content than it is to riff off of something that someone else wrote. You know what I mean?
I think
I mean,
part of Fluffy's genius as a streamer that like I honest to God admire that I imagine she perceives as a limitation the fact that she cannot like stream like high-end PC games. Uh
I think that Fluffy definitely actually benefits from like playing shitty games. Like Fluffy makes those games really fun.
that yeah, exactly. Right? Like she's kind of forced to play along with it, but
Recalibrated my model. That's why I did the weird
she ends
twitch.
up finding like all these weird games from like so long ago that everyone has forgotten about and somehow like getting them running on like modern Windows operating systems or getting some really weird emulation shenanigans going to get them working again. And she almost always ends up hating these games, but her proceeding commentary over them is just so fun.
Yeah, the only downside to the way that Fluffy does streams is that we'll be in the middle of like a meeting call and we'll be like, okay, I guess the meeting's over, and Fluffy will be like, okay, guys, help me, I have to make this fucking game from 1987 work on a modern computer.
The fucking other week where it
Yep.
was like half the meeting where she was talking with Jesus and Jesus was walking through the process on how Fluffy can get Toho running the
Yep.
first Toho game.
I don't know if you were here for it, but the exact same thing happened with another game. I think it was Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon might have been a little bit before me.
And I think even Fluffy wanted help with Montanui because it's an old Flash game, and this was after Flash had died. So, like, me and Jesus are constantly in a call with Fluffy after a meeting, trying to help Fluffy understand what an emulator is. You know,
Yeah,
and
that sounds
that
right.
is the only downside to the way Fluffy is able to make shitty games so much fun. And
She
I don't
really
think
does.
I don't necessarily think that the Toho games are shitty because the first one no one talks about, but it looks like
Janky.
alright. I mean, it's janky, yeah.
Yeah.
But compared to like Montanui, I feel like it's a fucking step above, you know. Fluffy
It's
should get into modding.
oh no, maybe she'd be good at it. But that's something I try to capture whenever I'm doing a game too. Is sometimes I'll play like semi-modern stuff, but it's always like things that came out 15, 20 years ago. Like what I'm gonna be playing later on tonight is it's called Trapped for the PlayStation 2. And I desperately like scoured the internet for like anybody else playing it. And there's like a handful of people that have. I look on Twitch, sure enough, like there's no like active viewers on it. The game's like functionally dead, but it's so just full of Japanese jank from like 2005, and I have to play it.
Yeah.
That's what I want to capture, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you're gonna be streaming games, one reason people would watch you is because like you're really good at them, right? Like you're really good at League, you're like a pro player, or you have like some expert commentary. Uh, Me, I just like want to find shit that no one knows about and experience that and let other people in on that experience. And it usually leads to a fun time.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think I don't know this for a fact, but I think one of the viewers in my re-debut came to the stream specifically because they played the Trailmakers and not because they knew anything about Sahou.
Right.
So like it's good to play games that not many other people are playing or streaming, so that you get people who are interested in the games to be interested in you.
I feel so bad because usually every time I'm not like drawing or doing just chatting and I am playing a game, usually there's like new viewers that come in, you know, because they search up the category or it like pops up in the recommended. And they're like, "Oh, Annie, this is cool. I like this game. I grew up playing this, and I've loved it ever since I was little." And like, meanwhile, as they're coming in, I'm just like shitting all over it and dying.
Yeah. Dude, this fucking game sucks. Dude, this is designed in 2004 and the fucking shows.
Yeah.
Dude, I grew up playing this game. And then they'll try to be nice about it too. You'll be like, "You grew up playing this game? How fucking ass was it back in the day?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, it is a little janky," but they're like obviously trying to salvage. But you're like, "Nah, this shit fucking sucks."
I don't think I've ever like gotten that far, but
I mean, I'm playing it up for the bit, really.
oh, for sure. It's just funny to me to imagine like this person who has been playing the game for like 20 years, and then they just like pop in on me who like has discovered it 12 hours earlier and are like playing it for the first time and having like just the absolute difficulty with the most basic tasks.
Yeah.
That always amuses me.
I sometimes watch a streamer who plays a whole bunch of semi-obscure games or whatever. I love how I can bring up some random character from a game I played when I was younger, and at least one person in chat knows them. That sounds awesome. Dude, I love that, like, insider knowledge shit. By the way,
Oh, for
I,
sure.
I, I didn't mention it before because Annie was talking, but you stumbled upon a deep truth about Fluffy. Fluffy's a
Yeah,
fucking boomer. But Fluffy's the youngest, but yet is the most boomer.
an old soul. She would have been like perfectly fit as like some granny in like the 1920s, just kind of vibing out.
Yeah.
So, what? Getting a little bit meta. Well, I guess this entire stream has been very like meta
Yeah,
discussions.
I have serious discussions with like Jesus like pretty often, I'd say. But like you earlier you had me at a point where I felt like I was at a therapy session talking about like my past streams and what like problems I had with myself. I felt like I was bearing my fucking soul. I was like, is this free? Am I gonna have to pay for this after the fucking session's over?
I'll have my agent bill you.
Damn.
What? Oh, I mostly ask these questions because A, it's good conversation. B,
It
like,
is.
it's an opportunity to learn more about you, Priya, because I don't think we've had that many, like, one-on-one
Yeah,
interactions.
mostly we'll like in meetings together, and like the most that's ever really happened is you and me are both lead something on the VN project. So like you'll talk about something on your end and then I'll talk about something on my end. Is like that happens.
Right. And, well, like, obviously I've known you for quite a while now, and I have, like, a pretty good idea of who you are. Like, it's an opportunity for me to still kind of, I guess, learn more about you rather than, like, I don't know, stuff you're related to.
Yeah.
Um, but one interesting point that I want to hear an answer for is what is like your objective in streaming? Like, what are you kind of hoping to get out of it
Oh,
someday?
this is definitely something that like so a while back I sort of had I saw one thing and it gave me a type of a revelation and it makes me I would say very unique compared to other people, and I know that sounds like like fucking self-aggrandizing or
Being
whatever.
special.
Yeah, I'm special, but I didn't mean to like make fun of anyone there. I was
I'm
just
not
doing
like
a
other
silly
girls.
Yeah, I was just doing a silly voice. But what I saw a YouTuber, and I'll even call out this motherfucker by name. I think their name was Mickey.
What?
Yeah, to give you an idea, Mickey, before a certain video they published was so unrecognized by everyone that there are videos in their catalog dating back years that had an average of anywhere between 1 and 16 views. So like kind of like where I'm averaging right now, you know?
Uh-huh.
And that was the thing is, you don't realize their channel at the time that the video that I'm talking about came out, it had been around for I think 4 years. So this person had been making content for an audience that maxed out at 20 people for 4 years long.
Ooh.
And then they made one video which got very popular, hit the algorithm just the right way, and they got 10,000 views on that video. And then
Whoa.
and then they stopped making all other content and solo dedicated to the thing that got big. And ever since, their videos get like an average of like, you know, your like typical 10K 100K views. I don't know which one it was. I don't remember the order of magnitude, if I'm completely honest. But they can be summarily called like a one of us, the small YouTubers, you know,
Right.
that like probably makes money off the platform, if not a lot.
What was it they did that that
They
took off?
they made a challenge run video. Can you beat Kirby All Stars without jumping? And ever since then, yep,
Oh, yeah, those videos do super well.
yep, and they make nothing but that now. Can you beat Zelda while never swinging a sword? Can you beat this Kirby game without jumping? Can you beat the next Kirby game without jumping? I think their most recent video, can you guess? Can you beat the new Kirby game, Lost World, without jumping? Something like that, you know? They do that a lot. They also do one which is a meme kind of because it's based on a meme, which is where they say, "Can you beat every Mario Party game uh, with Luigi while doing absolutely nothing?" Because of the meme, Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing. They go through every single Mario game in a separate video, Mario 1 or Mario Party 1, Mario Party 2, Mario Party 3, and check to see if it's possible. So like that's the thing they do now. The thing that captivated me, the thing that caught my attention, was not their fucking sudden rise to prominence, but everything that came before. Streaming videos to an audience of 20 people for 4 years. I have no idea why, but I found that to be the most admirable fucking thing in the world. It made me feel somehow like this person really was doing this as like a passion project. You know?
You would have to, right?
I
Like they were doing it solely because it was something that they wanted to
For
do.
some reason it resonated with me that this person did Let's Plays for 4 years and no one watched them. And it almost felt like a fall from grace. I don't want to like, this person is perfectly fine the way they are, and my opinions about them should not affect who they are or how they see themselves at all. I am just some dipshit on the internet. Please don't take my words for fucking like anything that's worth anything, really. I just like, for me personally, I find it so much more admirable to do something purely for passion and obviously for passion than to have the plausible deniability that you might be famous for doing the thing.
I that's something that does resonate with me a lot, because I've had moments, right? Like I've had like very small glimpses of like, oh, if I just like did this thing a little bit more, it could blow up.
Yeah.
Uh, and it is a very tempting beast. It is a very tempting beast. Uh, but it's often not like what I want, right?
Yeah, it often is. And even if it is what you want for a short while, creators are always talking about how after the 50th video, it stops being what you want.
Yeah, one thing that I'll always kind of point to is to this day, my most successful video is
Oh,
uh
look.
I put it on YouTube and I got like a couple hundred views, which like nothing meh for a YouTube video, but that's like triple
Uh-huh.
what I normally get for videos. And the reason why is because it was me just like relentlessly dunking on Jason and Ruhei and his art. And hey, funny, right? You know, get to dunk on a Maoist and his like really dumb opinions on synthesizing Fallout and Marxist
Oh my fucking god,
economics.
like the Posadist type of fucking shit.
Yeah, like he's doing like some really dumb stuff.
I see.
But you know, obviously I'm an artist, so I particularly made example of his book cover, which just traced art from the game that he's commentating over.
Yep.
And that video blew up because I had like Jason and Ruhei on the thumb, not on the thumbnail, but like in the name, right? So it gets picked up by the algorithm, right? You type in Jason and Ruhei,
Yeah.
and you might like find that video still to this day if you were to look it up. But it's just mean, you know? Like, hey, it was fun dunking on the guy, but like, if I were to do that 50 more times, like, I don't think I'd be okay after that. Like, I don't like being too mean to people, even if sometimes it's rightfully deserved.
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking about something. So I
What were you
responded
thinking
a little
about?
bit late.
No, it's all good.
You're talking about tracing, and I felt like I had like a flashback. I was like, wait, fuck. So the thing is, and I'll be upfront with this right now. So you can call me a shitty person if you really want to. The image I posted of Perea, the joke image in my chat, is not. It's not an image I drew. It's an edit. I want to be clear about that. It's just an edit of another image. It's not. I didn't like draw it. I just edited a separate image. Right?
Wait, what image are you talking about?
The image of here.
Oh,
Let me,
the tails gets
yeah.
told one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a meme. That's very
Yeah, that's a
different.
meme. I thought that because here's the thing. The reason I got scared about that, I showed it to someone and they didn't know it was a meme. That happens, and then you go, "Oh shit! Did I overestimate this? Is this like not a like I don't know how terminally online our fan base is, you know?" So I got to be
Most.
clear about like that's not my art. I don't. I did try to fully draw a copy of it myself, just like with freehanding, and it came out silly looking to the way that where like I'd be comfortable with posting it, but I really felt like the original captured the emotion of pure fucking horror much better than mine did. You know?
I mean, I think if it's for like a bit or a joke, I don't mind it so much. The reason why I took a lot of issue with Jason Ruhei is because A, I disagree with the person a lot, and B, they very unironically tried to apply like Marxist economics in the context of a fucking Fallout game, and then wrote a book on it, and then traced the cover to that. So that was just
Yeah.
a lot to process.
It's
And,
like
yeah, no, I had to say
it's
something.
it's varying degrees of shitty. You can argue that if it's for like a bit or a joke and you don't even claim to have drawn the thing, then it's like okay. It becomes a little bit shittier when you like intentionally hide the fact that you didn't draw it, and then it becomes just outright shitty when you try to profit off of the art that you didn't draw. You know?
Right, yeah, he sells this book, and god damn it, the worst thing of it all is, are you familiar with Fallout, like, in any way?
Yeah, I know of Fallout.
You know, like the power armor, right? You've seen the cover.
Yes,
The
I've
guys
seen
in
the
like the
power
big old
armor.
bulky
Yeah.
power armor. Okay, so what happens when I look at this book is I see the bulky power armor guy holding gun, like, you know, generic like guy holds gun for cover image
Hmm.
that you'd see in like any movie or game. Except the power armor is just very explicitly traced over with like really shaky lines, barely any attention uh, to like values or lines or anything. The Ranger power armor, yeah, I'm talking about that. So it's that, and instead of there being like the bulky helmet, it's just Jason and Ruhei's face like stamped on top of that
Mm.
character.
So they
So
they just took a still from the game
yes, and
and then
they
they
put
put
his
their
face on
face
it
on it. And
and called that that was a day's work for the book.
I
He also
see.
had another bra moment. He certainly did, but that's a little bit that's not related to the book. Combat armor. For the sake of explaining it to Perea, I said it was power armor, yes.
Yeah, we don't
Um
have to get just like hyper specifics here.
right. I don't think Perea knows what the NCR faction is and
I
the variants of their combat armor in
I
relation to
I
the
I
Brotherhood
know
power armor.
I know random tidbits about Fallout. Like if you explained the lore to Fallout to me, then I would stay quiet most of the time, but every once in a while I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I remember that." Cuz I've seen like people talk about Fallout, but that's the most extent I have with Fallout.
Of course. Like, I don't think you would recognize that the Legion is the Legion's a faction, and then there's this asshole named Caesar who just LARPs as a Roman dude, and
I
then
actually
very wrongfully claims to espouse Hegelian dialectics to
I watched a
justify his
video about
murder.
this. It was a
Oh,
short
okay.
video. It wasn't a long video, but it was just like a fucking it was a meme video where someone was like an actual scholar in Hegelian dialectics dressing down Caesar.
Yeah, I 9 times out of 10, every playthrough I murder Caesar because no, he's not doing dialectics. He really isn't.
Yeah.
But that aside, I mean, tracing for a bit is fine. I've done it several times, and it's funny each time I do it. Uh, Most notably, my character Leela. I drew her as the Chad.
I, I was gonna bring that image up. I remembered that image, and I thought that it was not entirely impossible that you just freehanded it.
It's not traced. Like I didn't just like put the original image on a canvas and draw over it. I took reference from it very closely because I was looking
Yeah.
at it and I wanted to resemble the Chad face. But I think that's an example of I took very close inspiration from that image. You
Yeah.
know, for the sake of a joke and because it's funny to look at.
No, I agree.
Yeah. All right. It's currently 8 p.m. for me, so I'm
Yeah. I
gonna
mean, it's 8 p.m.
probably
and for
head
me
off.
too.
Oh yeah. Hello,
Given some
Texas flag.
context. Yeah.
Yeehaw.
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 So, what were you saying?
Oh, I'm saying that I should probably like end it off here or
Yeah.
leave.
That's fair.
All right. How do you do your outros?
Usually, well, funnily enough, sometimes Jesus just does my outro for me, but the way it goes is I ask the guest whether they're doing anything, and then I say if I'm doing anything in the near future, just stream wise or anything that the audience should know about, and then we say our goodbyes and head off. Is usually how it goes. I'm kind of in awe right now of the fact that just because you were like, let's take a break at the 2 hour mark, this ended up being double the length that it usually is.
Yep, yep. You'd be surprised at what a small intermission can do.
All right. So anything that you're doing I mean, you're doing something tonight, and just tell us like anything that you think that everyone should know about the recent future.
Everybody, I have merch now. Go to AnemoianArts Streamlabs store. You can buy mugs and whatever merch stuff you could possibly want. I will probably be getting some for my own self because they look really cool. And tonight, specifically, I will be playing a very obscure PlayStation 2 game called Trapped. It is basically Home Alone Simulator. So, yeah, whatever it is you're thinking of, it's that, and it's very fun. Other than that, follow my Twitter. I post art allegedly, and other than that, that is it. Follow all the other Sahou members. They are cool.
Yeah, go do it. As for me, I'm debating a couple things. First thing is, I know I want to get Tommy on for next stream so that we can get a full fucking full house. Every Saho member on the casual podcast. You know, the
Mm-hmm.
original Saho cast. I'm gonna keep saying that because it's the title of the stream. So we should get another one with Tommy in it next week. But also, I might do a gaming stream next week, and I was debating whether or not the gaming stream should be a continuation of Trail Makers, or if I should play Amori, like I said I might with Robbie in the last chatting stream. Because Robbie said that they would definitely come and watch a stream about Amori, and I know a lot of people really like Amori, and I really wanted to play the game Amori because it seems really interesting, and I get all sorts of fucking Amori lore videos on my TikTok that I don't understand because I haven't played the game yet. So I was thinking that since it seems like something that a lot of people would be interested in, and definitely something Robbie would be interested in, I might play Amori. But I think that I'm going to rely on my old habits and maybe put it up to a poll whether or not we should continue Trailmakers or whether we should start Amori and see what people want me to play next week. And I think I'll play next week. I think I'll play a game next week.
All right, that sounds cool. I'll see if I can pop in for that.
It should be fun, especially if it's Amori.
Mm-hmm.
Though that game will need a trigger warning in the title.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Well, that's everything. I'm gonna
Yeah.
hop off.
All right. We'll see ya. Ooh, my
It's
eyes are
been a
going twitchy.
pleasure, Perea. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for coming. I was surprised by how we were able to. Before the stream started, I didn't prepare anything, and I was worried. I was like, "Damn, if I have the same amount of chemistry with Annie that I do with Fluffy, this is gonna be a problem." But like, I guess we ended up having a lot more to talk about and a lot more interesting things to talk about because we managed to double the normal stream length.
Yay.
You might be better than Jesus, and that's saying something because I have great chemistry with Jesus on stream.
That makes me happy to hear. I was a good guest.
Yeah. So I'm glad to have you. Anytime else, we might be able to get another 4 hour next time.
Yeah,
I'll
for sure. Just hit me up whenever you feel like.
push my limits. I usually just aim for 2 hours, but maybe I should try and push my boundaries. I mean, Jesus did the 12-hour stream, so I feel like to compensate, I should at least go for like 4 hours, you know? Not too regularly though. I do have things that I have to do.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. But other
Alright.
than that, I just like I'm glad to have you on. I hope to have Tommy on next week, and I'm glad that I managed to reclaim the title of SahouCast from the interloper.
It is rightfully yours. I cede my position.
Yep. Are you gonna do any more of the SahouCast? Because I feel like the actual SahouCast, jokes aside, would be fun to see, especially with other guests.
I had some plans. I still might have notes and people I have booked as interested guests that I could have on. Uh, maybe with your permission, of course.
Oh yes. I mean, as the official owner of the title now, I grabbed it and then flaunted it in front of you this stream. Like I made sure to invite you over so that I could. I even got the little desk. I got myself a little desk and a little couch just so that everyone would feel like I had like an air of legitimacy.
Display your your legitimacy
Hmm.
and rightful claim onto the title.
Exactly, exactly.
I might do some more like Saho cast stuff because I like to at least once a week to have like a very specific activity planned for a stream, right? So I'll do something very different from what I normally do.
Hmm.
Like, I'll teach you how to draw sometime, or one day I did a cringe confessional stream,
Hmm.
and these are like things that I'll put a lot more effort into. There'll be a lot more structure, and I have stuff planned for them. And I'd like to have that sort of level of quality towards like a podcast style format where I invite someone on and I kind of interview them essentially.
Yeah.
That might be my goal. I might pick that idea back up if I manage to find a list of people that I have booked.
Hmm. That sounds nice. Maybe you can get me on, and then we can have a duel for the Tahoe cast title. Since I summarily stole it this episode.
Oh yeah,
Put it.
it's a constant back and forth
Yeah, we just
between
have to
who has the
keep
Sahou
taking it
cast.
from each other.
I mean, it was
Fucking.
technically Tommy who started the Sahou cast.
Yeah. That's the thing. I got on your ass about it. I'm inviting Tommy next stream so I can attack the fucking problem at its root.
You gotta finish him off.
Uh huh. I treated you with respect and honor, but if Tommy comes on this podcast like next week, I'm just going for the jugular.
Okay. I look forward to watching that. I look forward to
Yeah.
watching that.
All right. I kept you too long. 14 minutes past what you said. So I'll just leave everyone off on the Minecraft music and the stream over stream. See, uh, I I I'm glad I was able to do another one of these with you, Annie. And I will be even
Likewise.
more glad when I get to do one with Tommy, because we'll have the finally everyone in Saho will have been on my fucking chatting streams.
And I'm an official member now. Yay.
Yeah, you're not gonna fucking be the victim of a split anymore.
Nope, not anymore.
All right. See everyone. Bye Tiberius. Bye everyone else.
I'll catch you at the next meeting, friendo.